recognize that from the G chat?
I remember that from seeing the G chat, yes.
Now, it was in, he sends it and then later says, I'm punching a cat. And in the context of the conversation, they'll get that. But had you ever seen that symbol before?
No.
Did you know what it was?
No, I had no idea. I had to ask him on the G chat what it was.
And is that what generated the response, I'm punching a cat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, you can take that down. 649.7, please. This is from an email from G-Chat from October 20th, 2011. Did you and the defendant ever play video games together?
A few times.
Okay.
Computer games.
This is a reference to something called Limbo. Tell us what that is.
So that's the only game we played together. From what I remember, I haven't played it in more than 4 years. But from what I remember, it was this kind of a shadow person thing that avoids obstacles and has to solve puzzles to get to the end of the game.
And did you end up playing that together?
Yes, he had a Windows computer. I don't, and this only works on Windows.
Okay. Were you aware of the defendant playing any other video games during the time that you were together?
I remember him telling me that he played Skyrim.
What's Skyrim?
I believe it's a strategy video game where you have to slay dragons and stuff, but solve puzzles too. And yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's another portion, ma'am, on that. Now, during this conversation, and the jury will get a chance to read how this all fits in, but I want you to explain this for us. There's a discussion of phantom limbs. What are you talking about? So
I had read this book called The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat. It's by Oliver Sacks, who is a very famous neurologist. A few of the cases he presents in the book are of phantom limbs. So someone, when they're paralyzed or have a limb cut off, they can sometimes feel pain on that limb or feel that they can feel the limb still. And that's phantom limbs. And some other neurologists came up with a really good way to cure phantom limbs, and Oliver Sacks talks about that. So this is what it's in reference to.
To the extent that some of that information and others that we're going to talk about aren't contained in the G-Chats, are these G-Chats sometimes in reference to just conversations you'd have in person?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Mr. Brockler, let me interject if
Yes,
I
sir.
may here,
Yes, sir.
because I don't know what all you're going to show on the video screen. I want to make sure that I instruct the jury that with respect to this particular exhibit, P-TR-649, any statements in this exhibit that are not statements by the defendant, in other words, that are statements by Ms. Data, have been admitted only for the limited purpose of placing the defendant's statements in context in order to make them intelligible. You should not consider Ms. Data's statements on this exhibit for any other purpose. Does everyone understand that? Yes. Okay, and everyone's nodding their head and saying yes. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, sir, thank you. Can we get 12, please? Ma'am, you'd mentioned that the defendant had a sense of humor, and it seems to show up better in writing than it does in person. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Here's one portion from a G-Chat from November 10th, 2011. Do you remember what this is in reference to from the defendant?
I think I asked him whether he has eaten Ethiopian food or if he likes Ethiopian food. Yeah, we were probably planning to go get food.
Now, this is probably a good time to ask you, was that one of the things that he seemed to enjoy doing, was going out to eat?
Yes.
Trying different things?
As far as I can remember, yes.
Okay, and this is a reference to that then? You were talking about a restaurant maybe to go to?
I think I asked him if he likes Ethiopian food. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we go down, ma'am, to the other part of that? Same chat from November 10th, 2011. Just so that we can understand the context of this, you guys begin to have a conversation about cannibals or cannibalism. What was that about?
I don't exactly remember, but it was some kind of a joke about, I think, African cannibal tribes. Yeah.
Okay. Pretty pretty varied conversation topics that you'd have in these G-chats?
Yes.
Can we get 14, ma'am? This is from a November 28th, 2011 G-chat. There's a reference here to a class that I think, are you both taking the, can you back that up, I'm sorry, ma'am, and include Dev Bio in that? What's Dev Bio?
Developmental biology. So yesterday I mentioned developmental biology. So yesterday I mentioned that we were taking the core classes in the first semester, and that was one of the parts. I think it was the last part of the core class.
Okay, and you were taking it together.
Yeah.
This is in reference to that, and again, we're talking about the defendant's sense of humor in writing here. Tell us what this is in reference to.
I don't exactly remember what cleavage means in cell biology, but I believe it is when cells cleave and separate. One cell separates to make two cells, and that's called cleavage, but I don't exactly remember what it means. So,
Does this end up through the rest of this chat, or at least a good part of it, become a bunch of innuendo back and forth?
yeah.
Okay. Can you go to the bottom of that page, ma'am, on 14, that last part? This again was from November the 10th, November the 28th, 2011. And the defendant references, you got to move into my new lab today, though. Do you remember who that lab was that he was moving into on November 28th?
I don't remember the name of the professor, but I believe it was his second rotation lab.
Did he ever express to you his thoughts on the first rotation lab?
I remember him saying he liked the first rotation and he would probably join that lab.
That was the one he wanted to join?
Yes.
Now, in this second lab, if you could go, ma'am, to the top of page 15. You ask him if he's excited about it. Do you remember what he tells you?
He said he wasn't really excited about it.
Can you go to the bottom of 15, ma'am, that starts with I'm kind of? You guys talk about that class again, the one with all the cleavage, and he references I'm kind of sick of developmental biology. Was that a sentiment you shared as well?
I was kind of tired of the whole first semester of course. We had classes at 8 a.m. 5 days a week. So.
Was that a pretty consistent sentiment?
Yes.
Stressful time?
Yes.
Ma'am, 17. This now is a chat from January the 10th, 2012. So this is after break.
Mm-hmm.
You both have returned. Is that right?
Yes.
There's a reference in here to B movies and snuggling. Is that consistent with sort of the things that the defendant liked to do?
Yes.
Other than go out to eat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Page 18, ma'am. There's up there next to all those. I'm sorry, I misdirected you, ma'am, on that prior sheet. There's a reference here to serial killers. Tell us what that's about.
So in high school, I read a few books on serial killers, and thus I sometimes have bad dreams about them, and especially when I'm extremely stressed out, and I have issues sleeping in that case, and that's what it was in reference to.
Okay, and now, ma'am, the bottom of that page 18, please. You begin to have an exchange back and forth here, seemingly about PhDs versus master's degrees. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell us, put this in context for us. What's important about this? That's a little bit hard to read, but we'll get to it. Well, now we can't read it at all. Okay. What's the conversation going on there between you and the defendant?
From what I remember, we are talking about my PhD versus his PhD, and how with my former degrees and what the PhD I am doing, I can get away with a master's or even an undergraduate degree and get a good job. Whereas in biology, you need to have a PhD to get a really good job.
And is neuroscience considered part of biology?
Yes.
And so absent a PhD, it would be a struggle?
I'm not sure. I don't know the field of neuroscience that well, but you would definitely get a much better job with a PhD.
And this is the defendant's reference to you about that exchange?
Yes.
Can you go to the page 22, ma'am? Anytime, sorry, at any time, day or night, and then a little bit below there? Or, yeah. This is from a G-chat from January 25th, 2012, and there's some discussion of you having some sleep issues. Do you recall
Yes.
that? In this part here, he references having an Ambien that he might give to you. What I want to ask you is, in that context, had you ever seen other drugs, or prescription or otherwise, in the defendant's apartment?
All I remember is seeing Vicodin in his medicine cabinet. I don't remember any other drugs.
Ma'am, can you go to 24? Now, at some point, ma'am, there is an exchange that takes place here between you and the defendant, seemingly about a meeting that he had with his advisor. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He mentioned that his advisor had called him in and asked him to jump in the pool, per se, start having social interactions and discussions in the lab.
And was that becoming an issue for the defendant?
As far as I know, yes.
Now listen, during the time that you were with him, did the defendant express to you concerns about his social anxiety and ability to interact with people in public?
Yes, he recognized that he had issues interacting with people in public, and he thought other people were judging him for it.
Now, did you make a recommendation to him based on these expressed concerns?
That and some other concerns he had, I told him to go see a therapist. It might be better for him. It might help him.
Now, given how you've described sort of this entire graduate school program, was it uncommon for students to access student mental health?
Not at all.
Mostly anxiety, stress issues that you're aware of?
Yes.
Foundation.
Sustain us to foundation. You can lay the foundation as to how she knows.
That's okay, Your Honor. I'll move on. Thank you. I wanted to ask you about this word to see if you know what it means. The defendant says to you, science appears to have shifted from guys working alone in a dark room to some huge, do you know what that word is?
Interactome.
Yeah, what is that?
Again, I'm not from a biology background, but I think an interactome is basically a lot of different parts.
Excuse me, Ms. Dada. Objection, speculation.
The objection is sustained in part. She can't testify about what the defendant meant, but she can testify about what she understood by it. So, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, what did you understand? What did that mean to you?
So in my understanding, interactome is different parts of a working body of cells or a cell interacting together, and the whole system is an interactome. That was my understanding, so I think he meant that.
Hold on, this is what you cannot say.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you. There's a place more towards the bottom, ma'am, of 24. There are several references to the rapist, and we touched on this yesterday. I just want to confirm for you. Is this the word therapist separated to track that SNL skit?
Objection leading.
Overruled?
Yes,
Okay. And did you end up adopting that sort of humorous reference to therapist as well?
in the chats.
Okay. 25, ma'am. There's a portion down here where the defendant expresses to you some symptoms of an illness that he's going through, and this is for January 26, 2012. Do you recall that?
From the chats, I do.
Is this the only time you recall the defendant ever expressing to you any physical issues?
From what I remember.
Page 26, ma'am. There's a reference here by the defendant to psychotic delusions. On the next line, which we only catch a piece of, there's reference to paranoid. You reference paranoid support group. Are you referencing psychiatric things, or is this just banter?
My understanding was it's just banter.
January 28, ma'am. Can you go up to the part I've pretty much made up?
I think this says January 30 on this.
Yes, and thank you for correcting that. On the record, Judge, I had started to say the date, and I changed to the page number for us internally. It's page 28. Your Honor is correct. It is a January 30th, 2012 G-chat. Thank you, sir.
All right.
As of January 30th, 2012, is this a reference in your understanding to that lab that he had started that he wasn't that excited to start?
The second lab, yes.
Next page, ma'am, 29. Did the defendant go into great detail in describing to you any prior family group therapy that he may have had, or just passing reference? How did he?
He did not go into great detail. In December, I think, from what I remember, in December, he had mentioned that his family had moved from Northern California to Southern California when he was a kid, and his mother had issues coping with it, and thus they went to group therapy.
Okay, thank you. Anything else he added about was it effective or not? Anything?
I don't remember, sorry.
That's fine. 30, ma'am. Right here at the bottom where it says, yep, that's right. Thank you. There's reference in a couple different places to Dom or Dominion, and you touched on it yesterday, but I want to confirm. What is this a reference to?
It's a strategy card game, so almost like a board game.
Could you play it two-person, or is it 3, 4, 5?
You could play two-person. It's much better to play it more than two people since it's strategy.
Now, this is a chat from February the 10th, 2012, and you can take that down, ma'am. Thank you. What is going on your side of this relationship?
At that point, I was pretty sure I wanted to break up with him, so I was trying to distance myself from him.
Why were you thinking of breaking up with the defendant?
I had been dating him for a few months then, and I still didn't feel extremely connected with him and didn't see a future with him.
Okay, but you don't tell him right away.
No, I was waiting for the best time.
After this G-chat, there's a Valentine's Day. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What did you guys do for Valentine's Day?
He cooked me dinner, and we watched something. Yeah.
P 32, ma'am. Thank you. This is a little bit less than 2 weeks after that last G-chat and a little bit after Valentine's Day. This is a reference from the defendant that we can read here. What is he referring to, and based on your interactions with the defendant. What's going on here?
So his second lab rotation had just ended, and apparently it didn't go well. So he was saying that he won't be joining that lab. He knows that. So
In fact, right above that, there's a reference. Oh, I'm sorry. Right below that. Sorry, I'm messing you up. I'm sorry, ma'am. He describes the professor's response to his performance, doesn't he, right here on this bottom part?
yes.
Now, that's February 23rd. Thank you, ma'am. You can take that down. How soon after this do you break up with the defendant?
I don't exactly remember, but probably a few days, within a few days.
And you did it by, you had told us you had either texted him or somehow gotten in touch with him. Did you go over to his house
Yes.
to tell him? And how did he respond to that?
He was calm. He seemed he seemed a bit upset, but he didn't show any extreme reactions. He was calm.
Did he ever show any extreme reactions?
Not that I remember of.
Now, there's a G-chat from March 5th. That's the next one. I don't need to see that, ma'am. But what I want to ask you is, after you break up with the defendant, is there a drop-off in the amount of G-chats and other communication that you have with him?
Yes.
Are you still seeing him in class?
Yes.
Now, how long after you break up with the defendant is it before some kind of relationship starts back up?
Maybe a week or so.
How'd
week
that
or
happen?
two. I went up to him to ask him if he was doing okay and whether he wanted to be friends.
And?
And we became friends. And
Look, and again, I don't want to be indelicate here, but I'm going to use a colloquial phrase here. Friends with benefits? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that last?
until early April.
Okay. Can I get 35, ma'am? This is from March 21st of 2012, and it's just how the defendant signs off to you. Is this pretty consistent, again, with sort of his kind of humor?
Yes.
During those few weeks or even up to a month, and you can take that down, thank you. During that time, was your relationship different than it had been before, and if so, how?
We hung out more, yes, we hung out more in a group versus a lone setting. And I was more distant with him and less romantic with him.
When you spent time together alone, was it at his place, your place, still both?
I think still both. I don't exactly remember.
Okay. 36, ma'am? This is a March 25th, 2012 G-chat. And it appears you reach out to him with this exchange about Rickrolling. Tell us what that means.
So, a few years ago, YouTube, the website, played this April Fool's prank on basically everyone who accessed YouTube. Any video you would click on, it would go to Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up. And YouTube coined the term Rickrolling for that. So I believe his status, so in Gmail you can have status messages, and his status messages was that video, that Rick Astley is never going to give you up, and that's what I was referencing.
Okay, and then you go on to discuss sleeping and video games. You recall that?
Yes.
And then you get into a discussion where the defendant brings up to you that what he wants to do is evil. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, at the time that he references that in the chat, and we'll get to see that, what are you thinking?
Initially, I was thinking he was just messing with me. He was joking.
And then throughout the conversation, does that sense that you have change over time?
Yes, he starts talking about justice. At that point, I start thinking maybe he's serious, but it seemed very philosophical and discussion-wise.
And do you end up over the course of this chat engaging with him in sort of a philosophical back and forth?
Yes.
Now, at some point during this conversation, do you express to him, look, I don't track what you're saying about how this philosophy works?
Yes.
All right. And it goes on here for a few pages that we're going to see. But then, do you recall how this chat ends as you're going back? By the way, do you have any sense that this is imminent or there's a plan in place or anything like that?
No, not at all. This was the first and the only time he had mentioned something like that, and it seemed very philosophical.
Okay. Can we get 39? Yeah. Is this how that chat ends between the two of you?
Yes.
Is that top reference again to the game that you had described to
Yes.
us earlier? And then do you remember if you ended up coming over to play Dom or Dominion?
I don't remember.
Does this ever come up again between the two of you?
So I showed this chat to Ben Garcia because I was a bit concerned, and we decided to go talk to him. I don't remember when we talked to him, but we asked him if he was talking to his therapist about this philosophy, and he said he was.
Okay. And then what I'd like to do, Your Honor, with the court's permission, is then publish the individual copies, give the jury a chance to review it, and then come back and ask some final questions to wrap up sort of the end of this portion of direct.
All right, is there any objection, Ms. Brady?
Can I just speak to Mr. Brockler real
Yes.
quick?
Let me turn the thing over here.
Yeah, you both should turn your mics off.
Before we do that, Your Honor, Ms. Brady has pointed out, and I think this makes a lot of sense for me to highlight that throughout these chats, there's a dsherlockb@gmail.com. Is that the defendant?
Yes.
And there's someone called me. Who is me?
That's me.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Anything
All right.
else, ma'am?
No objection. Thank
Great.
you.
Without objection, we're gonna go ahead and publish Exhibit P-TR-649. Members of the jury, we've used this method before where we hand each of you a copy of an exhibit to expedite the publication of the exhibit. So that way you don't have to pass around a single copy. That would take a lot longer. Please keep in mind that once you're done reviewing it, we'll take your copy back from you, and only the original will be introduced into evidence. I want to remind you as well that any statements in this exhibit by Ms. Data have been admitted for the limited purpose of placing in context and making intelligible the defendant's statements. And so the statements by Ms. Data in this exhibit have not been admitted for the truth of the contents of her statements. They have been admitted for the limited purpose that I just mentioned, and you should not consider them for any other purpose. Does everybody understand? Great, and everyone's saying yes or nodding their head yes. With that, then, why don't you hand the copies of the exhibit to my staff, and then Ms. Gerlings and Ms. Zagel will distribute them. Thank you.
Your Honor, given the length of this particular document, would the court permit Ms. Dada to step down until they've collected up all the copies again?
Yes, yes, you may step down. I'll give you folks a couple more minutes, okay? All right, the record should reflect that the jury just finished reviewing People's Exhibit P-TR-649. And Ms. Data may resume the witness stand, and then you can complete your direct examination, Mr. Brackler. Ms. Data, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Ma'am, thank you. Now, that last chat from March 25th, 2012, you in the past have used a term to describe it as maybe delusional. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is that the psychiatric term or just your term, like a street term, your term?
My term, I'm not an expert.
What do you mean by that?
That it did not make sense to me and it seemed a bit irrational.
Now, prior to that G-chat on March the 25th, there was St. Patty's Day. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you and the defendant and some others go out for St. Patty's Day?
Yes.
Do you remember where you went?
Somewhere downtown. I don't remember the exact places.
Now, you have previously told us that you were sort of special friends during this period of time, but it was after you were romantic. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Was there an incident that took place at the St. Patty's Day get-together?
Yes.
Tell us about it.
So someone came and tried to talk to me, and I found out later that the defendant had gone up to that person and had told the person that I was his girlfriend.
What did you do in response to that information?
I later, outside, not in the bar, confronted him and reminded him that I wasn't his girlfriend at that point.
And when you say him, you're referring to the defendant in the,
Yes.
in the blue shirt over here?
Yes.
Did he have any response for you?
I don't remember what his response was.
Prior to that interaction where you told him that you were not his girlfriend, had he ever expressed to you that he loved you?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
At some point, he said he loved me, and I told him I cared about him as a friend, but I was not in love with him.
Had he told you at any point that you were his first real girlfriend?
No.
Prior to that March 25th G-chat, had the defendant expressed to you how things were going in his third lab rotation?
He had mentioned that his experiments weren't working, and thus it wasn't going well, but he wasn't that long into the rotation.
At some point, did you become aware that the defendant, through the therapist that you had talked about, had been prescribed any medication?
He had mentioned that he was taking some medication.
Do you remember specifically what it was?
No, he didn't tell me.
Now, during the time that you had an opportunity to observe him, did you notice any differences in the defendant?
Not particularly. He seemed to loosen up around people a bit more, but other than that, no.
Did you ever see any big highs or lows or big changes in his demeanor or presentation?
No,
Did his personality change at all?
not that I remember.
Did he ever express to you that he was suicidal?
No,
Did he ever tell you about any past suicide attempts?
no,
Did he ever express to you feeling manic?
manic you said? No.
Yeah. What, did I not say manic?
I heard Mac, so that's why I asked.
Did he ever tell you he was Mac?
No,
Okay. Did he ever tell you he was manic?
no,
Okay. Did the defendant ever, let me back up. Did you ever reach out to the defendant after you'd broken up that first time, or even the second time, ever, and express to him that you were going through 5 stages of grief?
I don't remember doing that.
Does that sound like you?
That does not sound like me.
Did the defendant ever text to you anything along the lines of the thorn in my side was worth the rose?
No,
Did you ever get a text from the defendant that I don't see the glass, I see around or through the glass, or words to that effect?
I don't remember any such text.
Do you think you would remember such a
I
text?
think I would.
Now, you had an opportunity to, you had an opportunity to continue to see the defendant in class throughout this whole period of time?
Yes.
And you know what? I forgot to ask you about one thing in particular. After this March 25th chat, did you sort of still kind of continue to see each other for a bit?
I don't remember the number of interactions we had, but we stopped talking about a week or week and a half after that.
Sometime in April, then, did the defendant contact you with a change in your relationship?
Early April.
Tell us about that.
He contacted me saying that he did not want to be just friends anymore, and I did not want to be anything more than friends at that point, so he did not want to continue talking to me.
Either in that conversation or a future conversation, did the defendant ever reference someone named Hillary?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He also mentioned that he was hanging out with Hillary at that point, and thus I respected that.
Was that, in your interpretation, was that an effort to explain why he wasn't going to hang out with you anymore?
Yes.
Now, your class that you had that ended in May, do you remember about when in May it ended?
Mid-May, sometime.
Was there a presentation component to that class?
Yes, we had to present we had to choose a topic and do a literature survey of sorts and present something on it.
Is that different than an end of the rotation presentation?
I would say it's lower pressure and not less important, but lower pressure, I would say.
Did you ever, prior to this mid-May presentation, ever see the defendant give any presentation in class?
No,
This was it.
this was it.
Describe for us that presentation, if you recall.
From what I recall, it was extremely awkward. He wasn't good at engaging the audience, and it was extremely awkward.
Is that what made it awkward? The presentation, I guess the manner of presentation?
The presentation style, yes.
Let me ask you, how about the substance?
I don't remember much of the content of the presentation.
Did you have any lasting memories of it being babbling?
No,
Like disjointed or disorganized, or
not that I remember.
guys not eating paint chips off the wall or talking crazy, nothing like that?
No.
Did you see,
Objection, Your Honor. It's argumentative.
Overruled.
did you ever remember seeing any bizarre hand or arm gestures or anything like that?
Not that I remember.
Just seemed awkward.
Just seemed awkward.
Prior to that, by the way, is that the last time you would have seen the defendant in class?
Yes.
Is that the last time you saw him at all?
Yes.
Up until that time, do you ever recall him missing a class?
I don't remember, but he wouldn't have missed a lot of classes, I would say.
Do you ever remember him appearing physically different to you during that time leading up to mid-May?
No,
How about dressing differently?
no,
Behaving differently in class?
no.
Any different hygiene?
Until April, no.
Yeah. When was the last time you think you spoke to him?
We had a conversation early April. I might have said hello in class sometimes.
And did he respond?
I think so.
At the time that he gave that presentation in mid-May, did you ever know the defendant to have owned a cell phone stun gun?
No,
How about a gas mask?
no,
Did you know if he was purchasing a gas mask?
no,
Tear gas?
no,
Weapons?
no,
Do you know how much equipment he had amassed for a future crime?
no, I had no idea.
At any point, did you ever perceive the defendant, in your opinion, to be dangerous?
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Blank stares, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, would counsel approach for just a moment, please? All right, members of the jury, it's 10:30, so it's time for our morning break. Please keep in mind all the advisements I've been giving you throughout the trial. They apply during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Data, you may step out as well. You're on break. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom and Ms. Data has exited the courtroom as well. Where's Mr. Bruckler? Oh, there he is. Okay. Sorry. It occurred to me that it may be appropriate for me to give the jury an instruction that any testimony from Ms. Data relating to that any testimony from Ms. Data about the defendant's behavior or demeanor should only be considered as her observations of his behavior and demeanor and not as any opinions related to anything. And that's a similar instruction to what I gave in the past with respect to the question that was asked multiple times about did the defendant appear to be detached from reality? I want to make sure the jury is clear that this witness cannot offer any expert opinions about mental health and that she can only talk about observations of demeanor and behavior. And that's the only way they should understand her testimony. But before I give it, I want to make sure the parties are okay with it. Do the people have a position on that, Mr.? And the reason I'm asking about this is because there was a question about whether the defendant was eating paint chips or talking crazy, I think was the question. And I want to make sure the jury doesn't take the answer to be an opinion about the defendant's mental health. It's only an answer related to this witness's observations of the defendant's demeanor and behavior. And that's the only way the jury should understand that question and that answer. Mr. Brockler, do you have a position on that? Ms. Brady, do you have a position on that?
I don't object to the court giving that.
Okay, I'll give an instruction along those lines. I'm not gonna highlight the specific answer because I don't wanna repeat it, but I'll give an instruction along the lines of what I just mentioned. All right, enjoy the morning break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. The court will be in recess. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Orman, you were standing up.
I wanted to inquire of the court whether it be possible to take a shorter lunch break today. We lost some court time the day before yesterday due to issues that were beyond any of our control, and we have a lot of witnesses, and I was just wondering if we could do an hour instead of an hour and a half for lunch today.
Is that okay with the defense?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. King is saying sure, so that's good enough for me. I will ask the jury and see if we can take an hour instead of an hour and a half, okay? Before the jury comes in, and the record should reflect that we are outside the presence of the jury, here's the instruction that I drafted. Members of the jury, a few weeks ago, I gave you an instruction.
That's me, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Members of the jury, a few weeks ago, I gave you an instruction with respect to testimony provided in response to a question posed to several witnesses. The question was whether the defendant appeared to be detached from reality. I instructed you that any answers by lay witnesses to that question should be understood by you. Those witnesses were not qualified as expert witnesses and were not permitted to render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Similarly, Ms. Data is not an expert witness and may not render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Any testimony from her regarding the defendant's demeanor or behavior should be understood by you solely as being testimony of her observations. And of course, it is up to you to decide what weight, if any, to give to the evidence. Any objection from the people? No, Your Honor. All right, any objection from you, Ms. Brady?
Judge, perhaps I'm wrong, but I don't recall Mr. Brockler asking Ms. Dada if she was detached, if she thought Mr. Holmes was detached from reality.
He did not, but he asked if the defendant, if she noticed crazy speech or something along those lines, or if he was speaking crazy.
Right.
And it's the word crazy that got my attention and what triggered the thought in my mind that it may be appropriate to provide an instruction. I don't want to repeat that, but if you prefer that I repeat that, I can do that instead. It seemed to me that this is sort of the same topic that I've talked to the jury before, and I think it would make sense to them that it's the same sort of concept, that when a late witness says something about detachment from reality or anything along the lines of crazy talk, that this is not an opinion, that it's an observation. So this was the best way that I could do it, but if you want me to specify the answer about crazy talk, I'm happy to do that.
Can the court read the first part in the instruction again?
Yes. Members of the jury, a few weeks ago, I gave you an instruction with respect to testimony provided in response to a question posed to several witnesses. The question was whether the defendant appeared to be detached from reality. I instructed you that any answers by lay witnesses to that question should be understood by you as referring only to those witnesses' observations of the defendant's demeanor or behavior. Those witnesses were not qualified as expert witnesses and were not permitted to render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Similarly, Ms. Data is not an expert witness and may not render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Any testimony from her regarding the defendant's demeanor or behavior should be understood by you solely as being testimony of her observations. So is that okay with you? And then I will add that it is up to you to decide what way to give every witness's testimony.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay. All right, one final thing before I bring the jury in. Yesterday, when I ruled on the admissibility of People's Exhibit P-TR-649, which is the GChat exhibit that the jury just reviewed. I refer to Dr. Metzner's testimony, and I think I may have misspoken about the March 25 GChat, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but in case I misspoke, Dr. Metzner, as I recall his testimony, and the record will reflect exactly what he said, but as I recall his testimony, Dr. Metzner said that the March 25, 2012 GChat or Google chat was, for him, the first manifestation of the human capital belief delusion. And then he said, as I understood his testimony, that there may have been two triggers for that delusion. One was a decline in the defendant's school, and the other one was the defendant's failed relationship with his girlfriend. And he said it was also possible that there were no triggers at all, and this was just sort of the natural progression of the defendant's mental illness. And so I wanted to make sure that was clear, because he did not say that the March 25 GChat was a trigger. It's actually, I think for him, this was the first manifestation of the what he opined is a delusion, and that is the human capital belief. So I wanted to make sure the record was clear. To the extent I misspoke, the record is corrected. And of course, the record will reflect exactly what it is that Dr. Metzner said. All right, is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people before I bring the jury in?
No, sir.
Is there anything on behalf of the defense?
No.
Okay, all right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, first a scheduling issue or question. Is it okay with you if we take 1 hour for lunch to make up a little bit of the time from this morning? Is there anyone in the jury who's not okay with just a 1 hour lunch? All right, nobody's raising their hand. Great. I appreciate that. Before we proceed with the cross-examination of Ms. Data by Ms. Brady, let me give you an instruction. A few weeks ago, I gave you an instruction with respect to testimony provided in response to a question posed to several witnesses. The question was whether the defendant appeared to be detached from reality. Do you remember that instruction? And everyone's saying yes, and nodding their head yes. The question I instructed you that any answers by lay witnesses to that question should be understood by you as referring only to those witnesses' observations of the defendant's demeanor or behavior. Those witnesses were not qualified as expert witnesses and were not permitted to render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Similarly, Ms. Data is not an expert witness and may not render any opinions of any kind, including about the defendant's mental health. Any testimony from Ms. Data regarding the defendant's demeanor or behavior should be understood by you solely as being testimony of her observations. It is up to you to decide what weight, if any, to give to each witness's testimony. Does everyone understand all that? Yes. And everybody's saying yes. Great. With that instruction in mind, then, we'll proceed with the cross-examination of Ms. Data. Is Ms. Data present? Yes. Ms. Data, you may resume the witness stand. I remind you that you're still under oath, and Ms. Brady, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Nervous?
I understand. Ms. Dada, so you and Mr. Holmes, you were boyfriend and girlfriend for a while, right?
Yes.
And when you were his girlfriend at that time, you didn't call him the defendant, right?
No.
What did you call him?
James.
James? And the first time that you met James Holmes was at the new student orientation in August of 2011?
Yes.
And what you remember most about him was that he was wearing some bright blue sunglasses?
Yes.
And he was sitting at a table with you and other folks, and you remember that he didn't say very much.
Yes.
He seemed sort of quiet.
Yes.
And do you remember anything else about him at that orientation?
No.
Okay. You had a class with him then in the fall of 2011.
Yes.
And which class was that again?
The core classes, I don't remember the exact name, but the core biology classes.
And so they were a little bit bigger with, I think you said 60 or 70 students in them?
Yes.
Okay. And at the beginning of the class, you were sitting regularly with Ben Garcia, Tim Tapscott, and I think you said Charlotte?
Yes.
And did Mr. Holmes sit behind you guys at the time?
From what I remember.
Okay. You decided to start talking to him, is that right?
I don't remember who talked to whom first, but
Okay, do you remember speaking with an FBI agent by the name of Rachel Pfeiffer?
yes.
And she talked to you on July 24th of 2012, so like 4 days after this all happened.
Yes.
And do you remember telling her that you were the one who decided to start talking to James Holmes?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once you started talking to him, he seemed nice,
Yes.
he seemed intelligent,
Yes.
but he did seem somewhat closed off.
Yes.
And you were a little bit attracted to him and decided to invite him to a study group.
Yes.
In fact, Ben Garcia teased you that if you didn't start talking to him and introduce yourself to him, that Ben was going to tell James that you liked him.
Yes.
So you invited him to this study group, and it sort of went from there.
Yes.
Once you got to know him, you confirmed that he was pretty smart,
Yes.
but he was very introverted and shy.
Yes.
You were the one who asked him out on a date in mid-October of 2011, correct?
Again, I don't remember who asked whom. It could have been me.
Okay. And when you spoke to Agent Pfeiffer on July 24th of 2012, do you recall telling her that you were the one who asked James Holmes out?
I don't remember, but if I said that, then that's true. Yeah.
Okay. And so you guys started dating around mid-October, as you stated earlier.
Yes.
When you first started dating James Holmes, you told him that you just sort of wanted a casual dating relationship.
Yes.
And so you told him that sort of right off the bat into the relationship.
Yes.
As you spent time with him, as you told Mr. Brockler, you found out that he did have somewhat of a sense of humor,
Yes.
and you found his sense of humor to be self-deprecating.
Yes.
And by that, he sort of would make fun of himself at times.
Yeah.
And his humor, you testified, was a little awkward and sometimes fell flat.
Yes.
While you guys were dating, you would be alone with him at certain times, and other times would be with Ben Garcia and Tim Tapscott.
Yes.
And was that sort of your core group of friends, James, Ben, and Tim, and you?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys would do stuff like watch Netflix movies?
Yes.
Play cards,
Yes.
go for long drives,
Yes.
go out to eat.
Yes.
There was also there was a time while you guys were dating where Mr. Holmes brought you a Slurpee while you were studying. And now there's also mention of Slurpee in those messages. When you talk about Slurpees, are you talking about those slushy drinks from like 7-Eleven?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about the time that Mr. Holmes brought you a Slurpee while you were studying?
I don't remember a lot, but I believe I must have had some exam or something, so I was studying, and he came over and brought a Slurpee. Yeah.
Okay, so that was an example of him doing something kind for you?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes you and James would go out alone, and sometimes you were with those other friends.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Holmes did not like going out to bars, did he?
No, he didn't.
And if you and the other friends were going out to the bar, sometimes Mr. Holmes just would pass. He wouldn't even go.
Yes.
You came to learn that Mr. Holmes wanted a future in academia.
I don't remember, but
Okay. Do you remember whether you told Agent Pfeiffer that Mr. Holmes wanted a future in teaching and research?
he wanted to do research. That's why he was doing a PhD, I'd assume. I do not remember my statement, but if I told her, I must have remembered at that point. Yeah.
Okay. And you also had the sense that Mr. Holmes wanted to settle down.
He at some point mentioned buying a house in the Denver area.
Okay. And you were not ready to settle down into some sort of relationship like that, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. It was your impression that Mr. Holmes never really opened up completely to you.
Yes.
And he was not inclined to make new friends.
I think so.
You think that's correct?
Yes.
Okay. He did not let people into his life easy. He didn't trust people.
Yes.
And you felt that his idea of life was weird.
I don't know what you're asking, I guess. Yeah.
Do you remember telling Agent Piper that you thought Mr. Holmes's idea of life was weird?
I don't remember, but yeah.
Did you think it was weird the way he viewed life?
I mean, he wanted to settle down in graduate school and buy a house, which to me is a bit extravagant.
Okay. He also told you that he had what he called stage fright.
Yes.
And despite that he had stage fright, you did believe that he was doing well in his core classes, the classes where you go for the lectures, right?
Yes.
He talked to you a bit about his mother,
Yes.
and he said that she was sweet and nurturing, and he really respected his mother.
Yes.
And
Yes. objection is sustained.
Ms. Donna, Mr. Brockler asked you during direct examination whether it was your belief that you were Mr. Holmes's first girlfriend or not. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Holmes only told you about one prior sexual experience he had had prior to you, correct?
Yes.
And that was when he was a camp counselor during college?
Yes.
And it was your impression that experience had gone badly for him?
Yes.
Other than that, you knew of no other prior girlfriends or relationships he'd ever had with
We
girls?
never talked about prior relationships.
Except for that one?
Oh, we talked about when he lost his virginity.
Okay. Now, at some point, you said that you told Mr. Holmes that you thought he should see a therapist.
Yes.
And he agreed, right?
Yes.
He recognized that he had issues,
Yes.
and you were aware that he started seeing Dr. Fenton.
Yes.
And you guys didn't describe in detail what happened during his therapy sessions, right?
No, we didn't.
You became aware that he was prescribed some medication
Yes.
and that he was taking antidepressants and beta blockers.
Something like that. Yeah.
Do you remember telling Agent Pfeiffer on July 24th of 2012 that Mr. Holmes was prescribed antidepressants and beta blockers?
If I told her then, I probably remembered then.
Probably
so-
remembered at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Holmes knew that he was socially awkward.
Yes.
He was embarrassed by the attention he got from being socially awkward.
Yes.
It was your belief that Mr. Holmes tried to be cool during his presentations at school.
Yes.
And the one presentation that you saw in mid-May was pretty bad, right?
Extremely awkward.
Okay. The content of that presentation was lacking, in your opinion?
Not neuroscience, and I do not remember what the content was. I don't even remember the topic of the presentation, so.
Fair enough. Do you remember speaking to Investigator Heelan from the District Attorney's Office on January 19th of this year?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Investigator Heelan that the content of the presentation was lacking?
Yeah.
Okay. So at that time, do you think you remembered that the content was lacking?
I believe what I mean by content lacking is that there wasn't enough content versus, yeah.
Okay. And he was not good at presenting?
No, he wasn't.
You felt like he was just reading off of the slides and not looking or interacting with the audience?
Not engaging the audience.
Okay. Mr. Holmes was never outwardly aggressive with you?
No.
He was never violent with you?
No.
You testified that you were aware that he at times had difficulty sleeping
Yes.
and that he would alternate between insomnia and excessive sleeping.
Yes.
It was your thought that he was depressed.
He was sad about his rotations not going well.
And it was your impression he was depressed.
That's what I meant by depressed.
Okay. While you knew him, he never showed any interest in guns or weapons.
Not at all.
In fact, there was one incident where your friend Tim Tapscott wanted to go look at guns to purchase one.
Yes.
And you and Ben and James and I think Tim all went to the store and Tim was going to look at some guns.
Yes.
And it was your impression that Mr. Holmes had absolutely no interest in looking at the guns.
Yes.
In fact, you went off to look at some fishing equipment and Mr. Holmes went with you to look at fishing stuff.
Yes.
He was never the kind of guy who wanted to stand out in a crowd.
Yes, he wasn't, I mean.
He was not very responsive when people would communicate with him.
He was nice to people, but he wasn't forthcoming with information.
Okay. And he wouldn't just go up and start a conversation with someone.
Not usually, no.
Okay. In fact, you felt like you sort of had to spell out to him very clearly how it was you felt about him,
Yes,
that he wasn't picking up on vibes or social cues.
yes.
It was, I think you said right after sort of the Christmas holiday break, where you started thinking about breaking up with Mr. Holmes?
Yes,
And you went to him and told him that the relationship wasn't going anywhere and that you wanted to break up.
yes,
It was your impression that Mr. Holmes liked you more than you liked him at that point.
yes,
And even though he had talked about settling down and getting a house, he had never asked you to move in with him.
no, he hadn't.
You just felt like he was sort of in a different place than you were.
In life, yes.
You said during direct examination that you were unaware that Mr. Holmes had mono.
Yes.
Did you ever tell Tim Tapscott that Mr. Holmes had mono?
No, I did not know he had mono.
There are references in those G chats, though, to Mr. Holmes being sick during January.
End of January.
Okay. So you were still going out with him by Valentine's Day, right?
Yes,
And we know that because you remember the dinner that Mr. Holmes made for you.
yes,
He baked a chicken.
yes,
He got some shrimp.
yes,
He had some candles.
yes,
And he made an effort to have a nice Valentine's Day, and you felt guilty because you knew that you were about to break up with him.
yes,
You were trying to sort of put some distance between you and him.
yes,
And it was at the end of February where you actually broke up with him.
around the end of February.
Okay. You thought that James was sort of taken aback by the breakup.
I don't think he was expecting it when I went over and told him.
Okay. He was quiet and didn't say much.
Yeah,
He looked disappointed.
yes.
He did not get angry.
No, he did not.
You guys agreed to stay friends.
Yes,
And you said earlier, approximately a week later, you decided to be what Mr. Brockler termed friends with benefits.
yes,
Does that mean that you guys can still get together intimately and sexually, but you won't be considered boyfriend-girlfriend?
yes,
So there was a period of time, let's just call it March, is that fair, where you guys were friends with benefits?
yes.
Was it during March, during that friends with benefits time, where Mr. Holmes for the first time told you he loved you?
Somewhere around them. I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And it was during March where at the St. Patrick's Day bar, Mr. Holmes referred to you as his girlfriend.
Yes,
And that sort of broke the rules of the friends with benefits,
yes.
because you weren't supposed to be his girlfriend,
I wasn't his girlfriend.
but you guys were still getting together intimately.
Yes,
Okay. It was toward the end of March where you get that G chat from Mr. Holmes about the human capital.
yes,
And that was, you said, the first and only time you had heard him talk like that.
yes,
Prior to that, he had never said anything delusional, in your words, something irrational that didn't make sense.
no, he hadn't.
And after you got that G chat, you told Ben, hey, take a look at this. This is kind of weird, right?
Yes,
And you guys told James that he should talk to his therapist about that
We
idea?
asked him if he was talking to his therapist about that.
And he said that he was.
Yes.
And you believe it was like the first week of April where James contacted you and said he couldn't do the Just Be Friends thing anymore, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your impression he wanted to be more than friends, but you did not want to be more than friends?
Yes.
Okay. So he said, I can't do this anymore. It's over.
He said something along the lines of, I can't be just friends anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the same time, because you and Ben are such good friends, he broke off his friendship with Ben as well.
I would believe so. I'm not sure though.
Okay. And that's, I think you've narrowed it down to like April 3rd or 4th approximately?
Around April 2nd, because either it was the day of my rotation talk or the day after.
Okay, so approximately April 2nd.
Yes.
Okay. After the April 2nd phone call where James Holmes breaks it off, you're still seeing him in class when you go to class.
Yes.
And you would say hello to him, but he would not respond.
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Agent Piper on July 24th, 2012, after the breakup, you would say hi to him in class and he would not respond?
It was 4 years ago now, so if I said that to her, that's true, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the last time you saw him was on May 18th, which was the last day of class.
Last day of class, yes.
It was your impression that the first lab rotation went well for Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
But the second rotation was not going well.
Yes.
You knew that he had some anxiety issues?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you didn't have very much interaction at all with Mr. Holmes from April 2nd on?
Yes, it's fair to say.
Okay, you never went out with him again or really had any more
No, I
interaction?
didn't have any conversations really with him.
Okay. You felt like after he saw Dr. Fenton and began taking the medication, you testified that you thought he loosened up more?
He was talking to people more easily.
Okay. And it was your observation that Mr. Holmes liked himself, but he knew he was not normal.
He was quiet and socially awkward, so he wasn't normal in that way.
Okay. Because he was very closed off.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I can show Ms. Dada D-TR-7, which is a photograph which has already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Dada, did you see Mr. Holmes on television or in the newspaper when he looked like how he looks in Defense Exhibit 7?
Yeah, in 2011.
Right. And had you ever seen him looking like this when you knew him?
No.
I'm sorry, she said 2011.
2012, I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's easy to mix up. 2012, you saw this picture?
Yes.
And did he ever look like this with the big, wide, dilated eyes
No.
when you were going out with him?
No.
How about the red hair?
No.
Your Honor, if I can approach Ms. Dada with D-TR-58.
Yes.
Ms. Dada, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
I believe it was, we were, four of us, me, Tim Tapscott, Ben Garcia, and him were on a hike at Dinosaur Ridge, I believe, and this was a photo taken there.
Okay, and who's in the photograph?
James?
And you?
Yes.
And is that how you guys looked when you were going out in sort of late 2011, early 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit D-TR-58.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dada.
Mr. Bracco, do you have any redirect?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Dada, what's the most stressed you had ever seen the defendant prior to the beginning of April when you broke up?
I don't exactly remember, but it would have to be before a rotation talk or something.
Can we put up that defense exhibit with the 4 pictures? Had you ever seen the defendant after he tried to murder a theater full of people?
Overruled.
Had you?
No.
Had you ever seen the defendant in court facing numerous counts of murder and attempted murder?
Overruled.
No.
Thank you. I want to ask you about something else. Miss Brady clarified that you didn't really have any contact outside of the classroom with the defendant after approximately April the 2nd. You remember that?
Yes.
Is that why you don't have any idea whether or not he changed any hygiene practices after April?
Yes. I knew him before April.
Did he appear to you to be the same person during that period of
Yes.
time? The presentation you were asked about, and it was awkward. Given your familiarity with the defendant and your observations of him in public, was it an unexpected performance?
No.
You were asked about the time that in that G chat from March 25th that the defendant brought up human capital. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Do you recall ever, either in that chat or at any other time, telling the defendant that you thought his thoughts were socially acceptable?
No.
We've had a lot of talk about his being quiet and socially awkward. You've spent a long time in the science field and in grad school with other scientists. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is he the only guy like that?
No, there are other people like that.
The gun shop talk that you had with Miss Brady about him showing any interest in guns when you went shopping. Do you recall where you went shopping?
Maybe Outdoor World, but I'm not sure. Outdoor World?
Was that before or after you broke up with him and he felt like he had done poorly in his rotation?
I don't remember when it was.
But it was with Tim Tapscott.
Tim Tapscott and Ben Garcia, I believe.
Let's do this. Do you remember when Tim really kind of stopped hanging out with the group?
Sometime in February or March.
Okay, thank you. You were asked also about a statement that you had previously made about the defendant thinking well of himself, but thinking that he had something wrong with him related to the social anxiety. Do you remember
Yes.
that? In that same area where you were indicating information, do you remember indicating who or what the defendant valued above everything else?
Objection, speculation.
The question is asking whether she remembers indicating that. So it's not calling for speculation, it's calling as to whether this witness remembers indicating that in the past.
You remember that?
No, I don't remember.
So then you wouldn't remember the answer that you gave?
I know what I think now, but I don't remember the answer I gave.
No, I don't want to know what you think now. You can imagine that's
Okay.
not going to help.
Yeah.
Do you remember in the conversations that you had with the FBI agent that Miss Brady referenced you, there was a questionnaire, in fact, that you had to put things down on?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked the question, who the defendant values or what the defendant values above all?
It may have been there.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance and speculation.
Overruled?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
It may have been there. There were a lot of questions, so.
If you had given an answer back then on that, I think it was July 23rd or 24th, would you trust that that was the accurate answer?
Yes.
Do you remember giving the answer he valued himself the most?
If I gave that answer, that's the accurate answer.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Do you have any recross?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, the jury may have some questions for you, Ms. Data. Let me check and see if there are any questions. No, there are no questions. All right, may Ms. Data be released from her subpoena? Mr. Brockler? May she be released from her subpoena? Yes, sir. All right, any objection? All right. Ma'am, you're free to go for now, but you're subject to being called again.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, can you approach Mr. Brockler and Ms. Brady for just a moment, please? All right, members of the jury, I've given you this instruction throughout this trial. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence stays with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial, okay? All right, with that, Ms. Stitch McGuire, you may call your next witness.
Kelly Lewis.
Good morning. Good morning. Could I have you raise your hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, please be seated. You can hand me that exhibit there. Thank you. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Kelly Nicole Lewis, KELLY NICOLELEWIS.
Ms. Tish McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Could you please tell the jury about who you went to the movie theater with that day?
I went with my friend Josh.
If I could approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1142.
Yes.
Do you recognize that diagram, Ms. Lewis?
Yes, I do.
Does that fairly and accurately represent where you and Mr. Moore were seated in the theater that night of July 20th?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1142 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
If I could please have 1142. All right, and there's a little mouse in front of you, Ms.
Oh,
Lewis.
okay.
If you could use that to just point out on the diagram where you were seated and where Mr. Moore was seated.
Okay. If I could get it there. Sorry. The K indicates where I was sitting, right there, and the J indicates where Joshua was sitting.
All right, and did you have an opportunity to see a shooter in the theater that night?
Yes, I did.
And could you please show the jury on the diagram where you notated that? The
Yes.
first place you saw the shooter? If you could show
It's not moving. Oh,
Okay, sorry about that.
no worries. Right here.
All right. Now, did you need to seek any and you can take that down, thank you. Did you need to seek any medical attention as a result of what you witnessed in the theater that night?
Yes, I did.
And please tell the jury about what you had to do.
I was treated for exposure and burns from what may have been gas or pepper spray, something like that.
Did you go to the hospital to seek that treatment?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what hospital it was?
Rose Medical Center.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, any cross-examination?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Ms. Lewis, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Yusuf Garbi.
Good morning. Hello. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, please be seated. You can hand me that exhibit. Susan. Sir, could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Yusuf Mekki Garbi, YOUSEFMEKKIGHARBI.
Ms. Tish McGuire.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you go to the movies with that night?
A buddy of mine, his name was Luis.
How did you guys decide to go to the movies that night?
Well, I drove, and his mom bought tickets.
What time did you guys arrive at the movie theater that night?
Approximately 10 o'clock p.m.
Where did you guys find seats in the theater?
I wanted to sit higher up, get a better view of the screen. So we were approximately 5 to 7 rows down from the top.
Right, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1127.
Yes.
Do you recognize that diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it fairly and accurately represent where you were seated in the theater that night and what you observed on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1127 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-1127 is admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 1127. Thank you. All right, Mr. Garbi, there is a little mouse in front of you that is difficult to use. But if you could please point out for the jury where you were seated and where Luis was seated.
The Y represents myself. I was sitting there, and then the L represents Luis, and he was sitting right next to me.
All right, thank you very much. Could you please tell the jury what happened in the theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012?
I don't remember much. I remember hearing the canister go off, or I don't even know what I thought it was, but I remember the popping sound. And there was so many people in there, so many kids from the high school I went to. I just had assumed it was somebody doing something immature. So I didn't really pay much attention to it. And then next thing I know, I noticed an orange flare coming down from in front of me. So I grabbed Luis and I pulled him down, and I told him to exit towards the upper left.
Now, how old were you and how old was Luis at the time?
I was 16 years of age, and Luis, I believe, was 13 or possibly 12.
So what happened after you pulled Luis down?
After I pulled Luis down, he asked me if they were gunshots, and I told him I think they were. So I told him if he crawled, to the left and go up, there's an exit out there. And then I remember I pulled my phone out, and I initially had called my mom.
Objection as to relevance.
Sustained.
All right, so what happened after you called your mom?
I hung up before she could even answer, and I thought I should probably call the police.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So then you called the police.
And I dropped my phone, and I remember I kept trying to move, but my leg had slipped down to the seats in front of us, so my right leg was like behind the seats in front of me, and then my left leg was on the row I was sitting in, and I remember I couldn't move very much because I was slipping.
Okay, why were you slipping?
At the time, I didn't know I was covered in my own blood, but I know that I was I felt the wetness, so I took my shirt and I wiped my face, and then I realized I was slipping in blood, and I just felt like I couldn't move, I couldn't walk, I couldn't crawl.
What's the next thing you remember in the theater?
I remember the people behind me, they told me, like, yo, can you crawl to the left? We're trying, they just wanted me to keep crawling, and I told them I couldn't move.
Do you remember anything after that?
No.
Did you completely black out at that point in the theater?
Yes.
How many days later did you wake up?
I think it was 8.
8 days later, where did you wake up?
In University Hospital.
Had you been in a coma during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell the jury about what injuries you sustained as a result of the shooting.
I obtained quite a few injuries. I suffered a gunshot to the head where the bullet still remains. And then I also suffered a bunch of buckshot from the shotgun. And I've got some pellets in my arm, my throat, and I think one in my head as well.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2119, 4537, 2120, 2121, 4532, 4533, 4534, 4535, and 4536.
Yes.
Mr. Garvey, please take a look at all of those photographs and let me know when you've had a chance to do that.
I'm done.
Great, thank you. Do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries you sustained as a result of the shooting at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2119, 4537, 2120, 2121, 4532, 4533, 4534, 4535, and 4536.
Any objection?
If I may just have a moment to ask the prosecutor a question.
Yes.
Your Honor.
All right, without objection, P-TR-2119 through 2121 inclusive are admitted and may be published, as are P-TR-4532 through 4537 inclusive.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish, Your Honor.
You can publish all of them.
Thank you. If I could have 2119. All right, Mr. Garvey, could you tell the jury about what you can see on your face in this diagram?
So all of this on my cheek right here, it's all damage from the buckshot that came from the shotgun, as well as at the top of my forehead, you can see along my hairline. If I could get the mouse to follow. Yeah, there's also more damage from the buckshot. Pretty much any indentation on my face is from buckshot.
Could I please have 4537? All right, and if you could tell the jury what they're seeing in this photograph.
This is a picture, like the only picture of myself after my skull was put back into my head. That's the incision line, and then above my eye is where the bullet actually went in. You can see it's seeping blood a little bit, starting to heal.
So the doctors had to actually physically remove your skull from your head in order.
Objection, Your Honor, to leading
Sustained.
confrontation.
Sustained, and it's been asked and answered.
All right, if I could please have 2120. Right, what's the jury seeing in this photograph?
This is, once again, my incision, a little bit more healed. You see the main one that starts from right above my ear and continues all the way up to the top of my head. And then that second spot, looks kind of like a bald spot, is where a bullet seemed to have grazed me.
Can I please have is this 2121? Sorry. Okay, if I could have 2121, please. All right, so the jury, what they're seeing here?
So this is more from like kind of like a bird's eye view perspective. You can see the top of my incision that leads to where you see some shrapnel. Some buckshot damage. The light pink spots. That's what those are.
Could I please have 4532? All right, what does this photograph demonstrate?
So the soft pink spot on my arm, the center of it, that's just one of the buckshot had exited from my arm there.
All right, if I could have 4533.
So the one on the right is actually a mole, but the one on the lower left is another exit wound from the buckshot.
All right, if I could have 4533. Or 4534.
And then this is again two exit wounds from where I had been struck by buckshot.
I have 4535.
This could potentially have been some damage done by the IVs or exit wounds from buckshot.
And 4536.
And then you see the white line, which is just a scar that happened during that night. And then above that, you see a soft pink wound, and that was also an exit wound from the buckshot.
Thank you. Do you have any injuries that are lasting as a result of the shooting?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled. Goes to the permanency of the injury.
You can go ahead and tell the jury.
I've got a bullet in my head. I'm about to be 20 years old, and I'll have to live the rest of my life with this bullet.
Objection at this point.
Sustained.
Do you have any lasting cognitive issues as a result of the shooting?
Yeah, my frontal lobe was pretty destroyed from the gunshot. I've got learning disabilities and memory disabilities.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May Mr. Garby be released from his subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, Mr. Garby, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Jasmine Kennedy.
Good morning. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right, please be seated. You can hand me those exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Jasmine Renee Ann Kennedy, JasmineReneeAnnenedy.
Ms. Teach McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, ma'am.
Who would you go to the movies with that night?
A bunch of coworkers from Red Robin.
And do you know their names?
Yes.
Who are they?
They are Christina Bloch, Egger, Jackie, Chelsea. I believe Egger. Egger, yeah. Edgar. You're welcome. Farah, Jackie. I can't even remember all of them right now, honestly.
Was Alex Sullivan one of them?
Alex Sullivan was one of them.
What time did you get to the movie theater that night?
We got there around 6:30.
What'd you do while you waited for the movie to begin?
We just played games and goofed around.
Do you remember anything particular about the previews that night?
I remember a Superman preview where Alex got really excited and he cheered because Superman was his favorite hero.
What happened during the movie theater that night?
I remember a man walking outside and then coming back in and throwing something over the crowd. And I thought it was somebody playing a joke on us.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1138.
Yes?
All right, Ms. Kennedy, does that diagram fairly and accurately represent where you were seated in the movie theater that night?
Yes.
Right, Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1138.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-1138 is admitted and may be published.
All right, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I ask Ms. Kennedy to approach the 3D model and describe where she was seated in the theater that night?
Yes.
Okay.
Why don't you take the handheld microphone with you, please?
All right, Ms. Kennedy, if you could show the jury approximately where you were seated that night.
Okay. I was about right around this area, I believe.
Okay, and do you know who's seated on either side of you?
I had Christina on my right and Maria on my left.
Okay, and where was the area where you saw someone throw the canister from?
Generally around this area. I couldn't tell you the exact spot.
And had you seen where it came from?
I believe it was this lower corner by the emergency exit.
So is that the area of the
Yeah.
canister there? Okay.
I can't reach over there.
You're Lord. Okay, what do you remember happening after that?
I remember screams and loud gunshots, and then my friend Christina knocked me to the ground because I was still kind of oblivious to what was going on because I really wanted to watch the movie. And next thing I know, I'm on the ground and the floor is completely wet, and all I can think of is I want to call my mom.
All right, what happened after you wanted to call your mom?
I talked to Christina a little bit, and then I called my mom, and I couldn't get a hold of her. So then I called my dad, couldn't get a hold of him, and then I contacted my neighbor.
Now, how old were you at the time, Ms. Kennedy?
I was
Objection to
19 years old.
relevance.
Sorry, the objections as to relevance, the objections to the rule.
And can you tell a jury again how old you were at the time?
I was 19.
What happened after you didn't get any successful phone calls?
Officers came over and actually picked me up and carried me out through the emergency exit and set me down.
Now, did you remember a time in the theater when you recalled getting shot?
I couldn't tell you exactly when, but I remember my friend Maria tried to get me to follow her to go and run and leave, but I went to get up and then I felt a burning sensation in my leg and I completely collapsed back to the floor.
And could you see your injury at that point in time?
No.
Okay. So then police officers came to the theater and you were carried out by police officers?
Yes.
Okay. And placed out on the sidewalk? That would be that back sidewalk over there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
I couldn't see exactly.
You can go ahead and take your seat, Ms. Kennedy. Thanks. Were you transported for medical treatment?
Yes.
Do you recall how you were transported?
I was placed in an SUV.
And were you brought to a hospital?
Yes.
What hospital were you brought to?
Children's Hospital.
Okay. What injuries did you sustain as a result of the shooting?
I had a shattered tibia. It was come in 2 pieces.
All right. And how many surgeries did you have to have?
I have had 4.
Okay. Could you tell a jury about the first surgery?
The first surgery, I had a metal rod placed through the center of...
Excuse me, to interrupt, I'm going to object at this point to 403.
It's consistent with my order, but keep it within my order. So
It's the
brief
extent of our
testimony.
injuries, Your Honor.
Hold on. Brief testimony related to the nature and extent of the injuries. Go ahead.
You can go ahead and take a sip of water if you want, Ms.
It's
Kim.
okay. I'll wait.
Okay. Tell the jury about, that first surgery, just briefly, what they did in that first surgery.
They placed a rod and 5 screws into my leg.
And the second surgery?
I had a muscle flap done, and they shaved my bone down, and then I had a skin graft.
The third surgery?
A bone graft.
Where did they graft the bones from?
My hip into my tibia.
And the fourth surgery?
I had screws removed from my knee.
All right, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2115 and 2116.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy, do those pictures fairly and accurately represent the injuries you sustained at the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2115 and 2116.
Any objection?
No further objection.
Were these subject to my amended order D98B?
They were.
Okay. Give me just a second. All right, for the reasons articulated in amended order D98B, and without further objection, P-TR-2115 and 2116 are both admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 2115. All right, could you please tell the jury what they are seeing in this photograph?
You are seeing me laying in the hospital bed with my leg half bandaged.
All right, if I could please have 2116. Please show the jury what they're seeing in this photograph.
That is a bunch of gauze placed into my leg to keep my leg from bleeding.
All right, thank you. Ms. Kennedy, did you ever see your friend Alex Sullivan alive after July 20th of 2012?
No.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for Ms. Kennedy. May Ms. Kennedy be released from her subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Ms. Kennedy, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Farah Sudani.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, please be seated. You can hand me those exhibits. And you can move those cups out of your way there if you wish. Could you, is there water in there?
Yeah, I was just wondering if there was.
There is some more here. You can take some from this picture.
I'll pour her some, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you please tell us your full name for the record, and please spell your first, middle, and last names?
Farah Karen Osama Sudani, Farrah KarenOsamaSoudani.
Ms. Tish McGuire.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes.
How long prior to July 19th had you purchased tickets to the movie?
Roughly a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks.
What time did you arrive at the theater that night?
Give or take 10:45 p.m.
Who did you arrive with?
Tony and Bryson Billapondo.
Who were you meeting when you got to the theater?
Our other coworkers from Red Robin were already there, and I also had 4 other friends who were joining us later in the evening.
I think we know who the Red Robin crew is at this point. So who were your other friends that you were meeting there?
Mike White Sr., Mike White Jr., Paula, what's her last name? Adams, and Michelle Baker.
And who was Mike White Jr. to you at the time?
We were dating. He was my boyfriend at the time.
What'd you do when you got to the movie theater that night?
Put our stuff down, saved our seats, went to the concession stand 3 times, went outside, hung out, just walked around joking.
All right. And where did you find your seats in the theater?
Up in the stadium seating. Sully was already there and had a row saved, so we had the entire row except for 2 seats on the left side.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 1170.
Yes.
Do you recognize that diagram, Ms. Houdani?
Yes.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you recall happening in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1170.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, P-TR-1170 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, if I could ask Ms. Houdani to approach the 3D model, Your Honor, to describe what she saw in the theater that night.
Yes, please take the handheld microphone. Thank you.
Hello. Whoa, sorry.
All right, Ms. Houdani, could you please show the jury where you were seated in the theater that night?
Right here, 5th seat in.
All right, and who was seated on the other sides of you?
Mike White Jr., Mike White Sr., Paula, and Michelle. I'm not sure the order of Paula and Michelle, though.
And they were on the very aisle?
On the very end, yes.
Okay, and so then you were 5 seats in. All right, what do you recall happening during the movie that night?
Where do you want me to start?
So when did something happen in your movie that was unusual?
Oh, just a little bit. Yeah, the movie had already started. I don't know what point of the movie we were at. Heather Snyder and I were goofing off, joking about something. But something was launched from the upper right corner of the front is the screen, and it caught my attention mid-air, and then it landed what I thought was to be just a couple of rows below us, but on the left side.
All right, what do you recall happening after seeing that canister?
I saw smoke coming from it, and I started hearing pops. At first, I thought the pops were coming from the canister. Bunch of my friends got down, and I just sat there thinking it was a prank. And then I thought it was fireworks, and then when I saw the pops going off and no sparkles or any firework-like thing happening afterwards, I realized it wasn't a joke, and Heather Snyder and Mike both grabbed me and pulled me down.
Could you show the jury where they pulled you down to?
In front of my seat, just on the floor.
All right, and how were your bodies positioned on the floor?
If you were to be looking at the screen, at first I was in the fetal position, laying on my right side with the front of my body facing the screen.
All right, and how was Mike White's body, Mike White Jr.'s body?
I don't know.
Okay, and do you know what Heather's body was like
No.
at that time? What do you recall after they pulled you down to the ground?
Pops were still going off, and so I just tried to cover my face, and then for a moment the pops stopped, and so I got up, was going to try to leave, and then all of a sudden I felt my side was soaking wet, and I felt it was warm, and I knew that I was hit.
What could you see of your injuries?
I couldn't see anything, but I looked down. At the time I was wearing a light gray t-shirt, and I looked down, and I could see just blood just starting to pour from my abdomen. And then when I realized I was hurt, I tried to like reach for Mike to get his attention, and then my intestines and my stomach actually fell out, and I had to bend down and actually catch my intestines and push them back in my body with my left arm.
What do you recall happening after you did that?
After I did that, I just laid down and told myself to stay calm. And then, but as I was going down, I said, I'm hit. And then Mike White Jr., it got his attention. And then as I fell to the ground, he comes over to me and said, where are you hit? And I told him my side. And then he just reached over my body, but like with his left arm, because his right arm was injured. He reached over with his left arm and started holding in my organs.
Could you tell if you had been shot at any other part of your body at that point in time?
At that point, I couldn't tell.
Okay. What do you recall after Mike was trying to keep your organs in?
He was holding my side, and then he kind of leaned back. He fell back. I could tell he was in pain, and he had been hit. I couldn't tell how bad, though. And then for some reason, I wanted to take my shoes off, so I took my shoe off my right foot, and I lifted up my left leg to take my other shoe off, and I saw that majority.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for Ms. Danny to be able to show the jury her calf at this point.
Well, there's part of the front, and then the majority of it is from the back.
All right. Thank you. Good balancing act there. What do you recall happening next in the theater?
When I noticed my leg was injured the way that it was, I took my foot from the seat and tried to lay it down, not knowing it was on top of Heather Snyder's face. I thought I put my leg on a different part of her body, and then I kind of felt her kind of smack it away almost or something, and then she got up and ran out.
Could you tell if any of your other friends had been injured at this point?
I couldn't tell, only Mike. Mike Jr., that is.
So what happened next in the theater?
Laying down on the ground, I couldn't breathe. And are we done up here? Can I sit back down?
Sure. And I just before you sit back down, could you just show the jury where it was that you exited?
The front. If you're looking at the screen from the front right, down these stairs, front right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You can take your seat. So what do you recall happening next in the theater?
I was just laying there trying to breathe. I couldn't. Pardon me. I couldn't breathe, and I had to stare up. I didn't even have the strength to look around me and see if anyone was okay. And I just remember looking up, and I could see the room is filling with the gas. I could just hear blurts of shrieking and screaming, and you could tell that people were getting hit when they screamed. And periodically Mike Jr. kept, after a moment, I'm not sure of the time frame, but he sat back up and had his hand on me. And at one point, I can't remember, his dad, Mike White Sr., had come back. At this point, the lights were already on. I don't know if the shots have stopped yet or not. But Mike White Sr., he lays over me, trying to get me to be quiet for some reason, and I kept seeing him look up and look around and then duck his head down, and I couldn't understand why, or why he was trying to get me to be quiet. But after a couple moments of that, he took off his shirt, put it on my side, grabbed his son by his left shoulder sleeve area, yanked him over to me and said, "You need a protector." And then he ran out of the theater, I'm assume looking for help.
What do you remember happening next?
Just laying there on the ground. At some point, I looked towards the stairs, which laying down, it was kind of up. And there's this teenager. He looked like a young gentleman. I don't know if he was a teenager or just looked young for an early 20s, but just bleeding profusely from his leg in the aisle. And I remember seeing that kid. Couldn't have been more than 16 years old. And so I just stayed laying there, and Mike was kind of trying to help me keep my eyes awake, and then all of a sudden Michelle came back. That's Mike White Sr.'s girlfriend. She came back, and she's rubbing the sweat off of my eyes. And she's cursing at me, saying,
Objection, hearsay.
15.
Without saying what she was saying,
Sorry.
what was she doing?
She was just doing what she could to keep my eyes open, to keep me awake, slapping my cheeks to make sure I didn't close my eyes, because all I wanted to do was close my eyes.
Were you eventually taken out of the theater?
Yes, eventually officers showed up. Again, I don't know the time frame. And I just remember seeing one show up, and he kind of took Mike White Jr.'s place and put his hands on my wounds in my abdomen. And then several more come. They're trying to assess me. They're trying to figure out a way to get me out of there because they couldn't pick me up. And then all of a sudden they bring in a backboard. And the direction I'm facing when on my back would be more stadium seating to the left, and the screen is to the right. So as I'm laying there, they rolled me on my left side, on my injured side, to try and wedge the backboard underneath me, but they couldn't. So somebody grabbed my right arm and yanked me to the aisle to where they were able to wedge the backboard underneath me. And then they picked me up on it, and they started taking me down head first, and then they turned me around. So I would go down feet first so I wouldn't fall off the board. And then we exited straight down on that right side, out of the screen that the shooter came in, or out of the exit that the shooter came in, and then they laid me down outside behind the theater.
Were you eventually transported to a hospital?
Eventually.
What vehicle were you transported into the hospital?
In an unmarked cop car.
How'd you get into the cop car?
They put me...
Objection, relevance 40143.
15.
Right. What do you remember about the ride to the hospital?
The seats aren't comfortable. I actually held my hand on the handle above the window because the bouncing was making my side hurt so much. I used whatever strength I could to ease the pain off of that. And then I yelled at the officer holding me in the...
Objection, hearsay 40143.
Without saying what you said, what happened next in the police car?
Sustained.
I looked out the window and saw the stars. It was a clear night, and then I could tell we were getting to the hospital because he had slowed down. The officer driving had slowed down. And while I was looking out the window, I saw the overhang from driving underneath that part of the hospital we were in.
How many surgeries in total did you need to have, Ms. Udani?
7, and then another procedure on my stomach.
Please tell the jury overall what your injuries were and what the surgeries had to do.
My injuries were, I lost the majority of the back of my left calf, part of my front shin. 3 ribs on my left side were shattered. I had a hole in my stomach about 1 inch wide. My diaphragm was damaged in several places. They had to reattach it together. My kidney was so damaged they had to remove it. They removed only what was left of my spleen. The rest was already gone. I had burns all down from probably like my mid-bicep elbow area. I had burns all the way down the left side of my body and on the inside of my right leg. They were dotted burns. They looked like chicken pox almost. And then I had a gash on the back of my left leg. Part of my left lung collapsed, and there was damage done to the lining of my left lung.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2123 through 2126.
Yes.
Ms. Sudani, please review those photographs and let me know when you've had an opportunity to do so.
Okay.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent some of the injuries that you sustained as a result of the
Roughly, yes.
I have no additional objections, Your Honor.
All right, with that, I don't think, can I see to 123? Just the first one.
I don't think 2123 was subject to your court order previously, Judge.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. That's what my notes indicate as well. So P-TR-2123 is admitted without objection. P-TR-2124 through 2126 inclusive are admitted based on the reasons and rulings articulated in amended order D98B and without further objection, and they may all be published.
Thank you.
The doctor is removing the staples from my stomach. That injury, they had to cut me open in order to fix me up, and the cut is from pubic to breastbone.
Sorry, the microphone died on me. Could we please have 2124? Please describe for the jury what you're seeing in this photograph.
That is the area they took the skin from for my skin graft on the outside of my right thigh.
Can I please have 2125?
That is the side view of my left calf after they removed the part of it that was hanging on. There was so much shrapnel they couldn't fix it, so they just cut it off.
Can I have 2126?
That's my calf after the skin graft and after it had already been healing for roughly a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Thank you. Ms. Udiani, did you ever see your friend Alex Sullivan after the night of July 20th of 2012?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. King, do you have any cross-examination?
Thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for Ms. Sudani. May Ms. Sudani be released from her subpoena? Ms. Stitch-McGuire?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection.
Yes, please. All right, Ms. Sudani, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's almost 12:30, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Since you agreed to do only 1 hour instead of an hour and a half, I've gone ahead and had lunch ordered in for you. So we've got lunch for you today. And then let's plan on meeting back here at 1:30, okay? Please make sure that you abide by all my advisements during the break. They all apply. I'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you, folks. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the people, Mr. Orman?
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
On behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll see you at 1:30. The court will be in recess. be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. I want to give back the extra copy of People's Exhibit P-TR-1000. So does somebody want to come up and get it? Mr. Orman, thank you. Thank you. I have a note from juror number 640. The note reads as follows. I really need to verify if the trial isn't over by September 15th through the 18th, that I can have that time set aside. My mother has booked a family trip for my siblings and I to visit Disneyland for the Diamond Celebration. Please, if it can be worked in. Just would like to know about this just by the end of the day. So I'm inclined to tell her that we're anticipating that we will be done before September 15th. And if we're not, then we'll plan to take that time off. But right now we're anticipating that we will be done before then and she can make arrangements to take this trip.
I agree, Your Honor. I just don't see it possible that we're still going by then. I mean, I've been proven wrong before, but I just don't see that as possible. If so, she should be able to take her trip.
Well, anything is possible. And I didn't think it was possible that Dr. Metzner would almost miss his flight, but, you know, he ended up getting out of here at mid-afternoon. So the defense, Mr. King?
We agree.
Okay. Is it okay with all of you if I just tell the jurors in general that I have this note and at this time we're anticipating that we'll be done before September 15th and so the juror can go ahead and make arrangements?
Fine with us.
Objection.
All right. Thank you. Would, and let's see, I should mark this then as, I'll mark it as, even though it's not on a question form, I think this is one that we should mark, so we'll mark it. Or have we been marking these as court trial exhibits? Let's mark it as a court trial exhibit. What's the next one? 55. We'll mark it as court trial exhibit 55. C-TR-55. Would counsel please approach about a non- Are the parties ready for the jury? Mr. King, you ready?
Ready, Judge.
We have one more issue.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, it's
Yes.
actually two.
Okay.
The first is brief, and I've brought both of these up with the district attorney. The first is that we are requesting, without objection from Ms. Teach McGuire, to redact the exhibit number 1127. That's the diagram of the theater that was introduced through Mr. Garby. There was some writing on the diagram containing Alex Sullivan's name on the diagram, and there wasn't any testimony about him seeing or knowing Mr. Sullivan. And so I spoke with Ms. Teach McGuire about that, and she said she's willing to redact that exhibit at the next opportunity that she has.
Okay, thank you. And do you want to mark the originals at court trial exhibit? Mr. Orman, she's telling you to say yes.
Telling me to say yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we'll do that. Okay.
The second issue, Your Honor, and I also spoke with Mr. Orman about this, is that upon further reflection over the lunch hour, the defense is at this time asking to excuse juror 901. We now have a juror who's serving here who has had a close relative be a victim of apparently a random act of gun violence. And obviously we've seen and heard a lot of testimony from victims in this case. We've seen photographs of them being in the hospital. This juror has indicated that she has visited her relative in the hospital in the midst of hearing all of this testimony. And it sounds like the relative may be in the hospital for quite some time, or at least for the foreseeable near future. And she's also now broken down in front of other jurors and spoken to other jurors about this. Obviously, we just have a concern that this is going to cause an emotional impact for her, may impact her deliberations, even despite her assurances to the contrary. So that's our request. And regardless of how the court rules on that request, we would also like the court to bring her back and just clarify with her what she told the other jurors when she did break down about her brother-in-law, and who was present when that happened, and what exactly she said, whether the other jurors, that happened when she, at the point in time when she still thought it was an accident, or whether the other jurors were informed that it was a shooting.
All right, what's the people's response? Mr. Orman?
Well, we don't object, but that doesn't mean we're stipulating, and it's obviously something within the court's discretion, but we don't object.
When you say you don't object, are you referring to the request to dismiss her, or are you referring to the request to further question her, or are you referring to both?
The fair questions, Your Honor. I guess I'm referring to both.
Okay. Yes.
It's okay with you. I'm going to turn this over to one of my colleagues, and I'm going to step outside to personally make sure that the order that you gave up at the bench is conveyed.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, there's no objection to further questioning of juror number 901, so I'll bring her back and ask her questions. The questions requested by Ms. Nelson. That's not to say that I will be in agreement with a future request necessarily. If there's a future request, I'll have to hear about it, but I think it's without objection, it's okay for me to question her further about these specific issues. So let's bring her back, please. The record should reflect that juror 901 is present in the courtroom now. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to follow up on the conversation that you and I had this morning.
Okay.
You told us about the incident that your brother-in-law was involved in about a day ago, yesterday early
Yesterday
morning
morning.
hours.
Mhm.
And you told me at some point that when you got here, you were upset and that some of the jurors may have seen you upset and that you had told them about it.
I didn't give them the details.
Okay, that's
Oh, no,
what I
they
wanted.
just, I got the phone call and they happened to be there when I had called my husband about it, so. And like I said, when I was first told, it was just a major accident.
Okay,
So,
and so is that what you said to the other jurors?
yes,
That it was just a major accident?
yes.
Okay, you did not give him any details beyond that.
No, I don't
Alright.
talk about it.
And do you know what jurors you told that this was, that your brother-in-law had been involved in a major accident and had been hurt?
I don't know their numbers, just their names now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you know where they usually are seated?
Yes, one is, I think, the second or third from the back here. I think. The other one is a gentleman in the middle row, maybe the fourth chair in, and then the other lady is the end in the middle row.
Okay. So the end in the middle row would be juror number 673. And you said the gentleman in the middle row, in the middle of the middle row?
Yeah, I think he's 1, 2, 3, maybe the fourth one.
Is that 983? Yes, okay, so that would be juror 983. So, and then the other one,
The lady, she's, I think, the third, yeah, she is, the third one from this back end here, the back row.
and that's juror number 329. All right, and did you mention that it was your brother-in-law?
I did.
Okay, that's okay. You mentioned it was your brother-in-law and he had been involved in a big accident.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Again, I ask you not to say any more
Okay.
about this to any jurors,
Okay.
okay? All right. Thank you. Let me have you step out.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that juror number 901 has now stepped out of the courtroom. I'm gonna take the request to excuse her under advisement, so I wanna think about it. But the request to question her further has been granted. I questioned her further, and at this time, I don't have any concerns about any other jurors. Is there any other action that the people are asking me to take?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any other action the defense is asking me to take at this time?
Nothing else pending your ruling on the request.
Okay, thank you. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jury in. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. You bet, and thank you for your patience with us. One of you submitted a note asking about ability to make travel plans September 15th through the 18th. And we're anticipating that we will be done by then. So the juror who submitted that note can go ahead and make those travel plans, okay? All right. You may call your next witness, please.
Chris Raposa, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer a note? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
Would you please tell us your full name for the record and spell your first, middle, and last names?
It's Christopher Allen Raposa, ChristopherPher, AlanRapoza.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Were you present in Theater 9 of the Aurora Century 16 Theater in the early morning hours of the 20th of July of 2012?
Yes,
And were you there when the shooting occurred?
I was.
Who were you with?
I was with my girlfriend, Perry Elena Segura.
I think you
Perry Elena Segura.
First
name.
might have to spell that for us.
Yeah, it's PERRY-ELENA-SEGURA.
Yes.
I've handed you what I've marked for identification as potential exhibit 1244. Did I get the number right?
Yes.
Okay. That's a blank map of the theater. Could you do me a favor and write is there a pen up there?
Yes.
Could you write your name on top of that? And could you circle where it is that you and your girlfriend were seated in the theater and make some kind of designation, like seated here or something like that?
It's all right if it's an approximation, right?
Is that the best you can do, an approximation? Okay.
Did you provide an answer to the last question? The question was, is that the best you can do as an approximation?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Did you do that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes,
Can I
I
approach
did.
him, Your Honor?
You may.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-1244 is admitted and may be published.
Save some time. Why don't we do it this way? Can you hold that up and just sort of point so the jury can see where it is that you were in the theater? So sort of in the stadium seating to the left, about halfway up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to the time where the shooting occurred. What did you do when you first noticed something wrong was going on?
Initially, I just assumed that the smoke was the smoke and the pop noises were just teenagers with smoke bombs and firecrackers.
Did somebody say something to you that caused you to think and act differently?
Yes, nearby, someone began to scream, "I've been shot, I've been shot. I've been shot in the leg."
What did you do?
I got down on the ground. I hid behind a chair.
And what was your girlfriend doing?
She was actually still sitting in the chair. I had to grab her and pull her down too. I don't think she had registered what was happening yet.
About how long do you think you were down there?
A very long time, and until quite long after I heard the last shots.
At some point, did you get up and get out of there?
Yes, I waited for a very long time after I heard the last shots, and then we got up and we made our way to the opposite side of the road and out through the back.
At any point, did you notice if you were injured?
While I was on the ground, I felt something happen. It felt more like someone had thrown a rock at my back. And when I put my hand back there, I did feel it liquid. I couldn't see it in the dark, but I assumed it was blood and came to realize that that was, in fact, my blood.
Did you ever make it to a medical facility to seek medical attention?
Yes, we went out to
Where'd you go?
Denver General.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what I've marked as exhibits 2003, 2005, 4621, 2004, 4617, and 4622.
Yes.
Have you take a look at those. Tell me, do those accurately depict what you looked like in the hospital and the injuries that you received?
Yes.
Move to admit, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, P-TR-2003 to 2005 inclusive are admitted, as are P-TR-4617, 4621, and 4622. And all of them may be published.
Thank you. If we could please put up 2003. What's that?
That is me in the hospital.
We could please put up 2005. What are we looking at there?
That is the gunshot wound on my back.
And if we could zoom in on that discoloration. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Were any bullets removed from your back?
No, I was very lucky. It just grazed me.
If we could please put up, now actually, besides your back, did you notice any wounds to other parts of your body?
I did not until I was in the hospital. They stripped me down and found the shrapnel in my leg.
If we could please, thank you. If we could please put up 4621. And if we could zoom in on the right leg or the left leg there. Thank you. What are we looking at there?
That's a wound, a gunshot wound.
And if we could look at 2004, please. And what are we looking at there?
That's my right leg.
And what are those discolorations?
Some shrapnel, I guess you could call it. Is that the right word?
You pick the words here, not
Okay.
me. Okay. And then lastly, 4617. What are we looking at there?
That's my calf, my right calf with shrapnel wounds.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena?
Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Alejandra Cardona Lamas.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Alejandra Cardona Lamas. My first name is Alejandra, and I have two last names. First one, Cardona. Second one, Lamas.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Cardona Lamas, were you in Theater 9 at the Century 16 Theater in the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Did you go to the movies with a group of people?
Yes.
Who were a couple of the people who were sitting near you?
My sister, Sarah Cardona, a friend, Brian Siergar, and David Duarte.
Did you do a drawing noting where you were sitting in the theater?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1141. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 1141.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection, P-TR-1141 is admitted and may be published.
And could I have that up, please? Now, could you tell us, I think there's a pointer in front of you with a mouse in front of you there. If you could point to us roughly where you were seated in there. Right up in there? Okay, thank you. You can take that down. When you were in the theater that night, were you injured?
Yes.
And where were you at the time that you were injured?
In Theater 9.
Were you still sitting in your seat?
We were on the floor by our seats.
Why had you gotten on the floor?
We were hiding from the gunshots.
Did you at some point realize that you'd been injured?
Yes.
How did you realize that?
I felt a hot, stinging sensation in my right thigh.
How did you get out of the theater?
I was picked up by David Duarte. He ran out of the aisle, up the stairs, and out the back door.
So you ended up left at the top of the theater?
If you're looking at the screen, yes.
And then did you go down through the lobby to exit the entire theater complex?
Yes.
Did you get medical attention?
Yes.
How did you get to the hospital?
We were driving to the hospital and we were stopped by officers, and I was taken in an ambulance.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2575, 2576, and 4525. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict you and your injuries?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2575, 2576, and 4525.
Is there any objection to these exhibits, Mr. King?
No additional objection. I think 4525 was subject to the court's order.
Give me just a second. P-TR-4525 was subject to amended order D98B. And so for all the reasons articulated in that order, the objection is overruled and there's no additional objection, so the exhibit is admitted and may be published. Exhibits P-TR-2575 and 2576 are admitted without objection, and they too may be published.
Could I have 2575, please? Is that you?
Yes.
What hospital were you taken to?
The University Hospital in Aurora.
Could you get the microphone closer to your mouth, please?
The University Hospital in Aurora.
Could I have 2576? Could you explain your injuries for us, please?
I had gunshot shrapnel in my leg.
And 4525? Is that a closer view of the same?
Yeah.
You can take that down. In addition to these photographs, did you have shrapnel or gunshot anywhere else in your body?
Yes, my inner thigh.
On that same right leg?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
and the jury does not appear to have any questions, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
None.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Call your next witness, please.
Oliver Adams.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? You solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
Yes, my name is Oliver Dawson Adams, Oliver Dawson Adams.
Mr. Edson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you employed?
I'm a lawyer in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I also serve as a records custodian for Bulk Ammo.
What is bulk ammo?
I'm sorry, bulk amp?
Bulk Ammo,
What is bulk ammo?
it's an online retailer that sells ammunition.
As a records custodian for bulk ammo, have you previously reviewed records associated with customer purchases for bulk ammo?
I have.
Have you also reviewed shipping records associated with customer purchase of various items?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Sir, I've handed you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 710. Please take a look at those documents and tell me when you've had a chance to look through them.
All right.
Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
In general, what are those documents?
These are documents associated with a purchase of ammunition from Bulk Ammo.
Is there a particular customer associated with those records?
Yes, there is. It's Mr. James Holmes.
Is there a particular date range as far as the order associated with those records?
Yes, the order was placed on June 28th, 2012.
Are those computer or otherwise digitized records?
Yes, they are.
The computer entries that are used to create that exhibit, People's 710, are they done so in the regular and ordinary course of Bulk Ammo's business?
That is correct. That's how the orders are processed.
Okay. Was that an online order?
This was.
Those who are participating in making the records associated with People's Exhibit 710, is that done within the routine and ordinary course of Bulk Ammo's business?
It is.
The input procedures that are used to create those types of records, are they accurate?
Yes.
The entries that are within People's Exhibit 710, are they made within a reasonable time after the order or otherwise the transaction?
Yes, most of them are done contemporaneously with the transaction itself.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 710, has it been transmitted by a reliable person with somebody of knowledge such as yourself?
Yes.
The information that's contained within People's Exhibit 710, is it kept and maintained within the ordinary, regular conducted business practice for Bulk Ammo?
It was.
Does Bulk Ammo regularly receive, maintain, and rely on these types of records when they're dealing with customer transactions?
They do.
When a customer puts forth information requesting a purchase of some items from Bulk Ammo, is there and that order is fulfilled by Bulk Ammo, is there a business relationship that is put forth at that time?
Yeah, there's a business relationship that would be the transaction itself, the purchase and sale.
As far as the request for the items associated with that transaction, the information from the user, is that substantially or the customer, I guess, is that substantially relied upon by bulk ammo in fulfilling and ultimately completing that transaction?
Yeah, the information that's supplied by the customer would be used to conduct and complete the transaction itself.
And the actual inputs or the request, is that substantially relied upon as well?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to, I think it's the third page in People's Exhibit 710. It's one that has a different company at the top there.
Okay.
You see what I'm referring to?
I do. It's the FedEx Ground receipt.
Are you familiar with FedEx Ground?
Yes.
Is FedEx Ground another company that is used by bulk ammo in some sort of way as far as fulfilling shipment orders?
Yeah, they would ship the order. It's like it physically ship the order, and this is the receipt. You know, the delivery information and shipping information for the order that was done that we're talking about right now.
Now, as in a case such as this, when bulk ammo receives an order and uses FedEx as the company to actually ship the items out, is there a business relationship created between bulk ammo and FedEx?
Certainly.
As part of that business relationship, does bulk ammo receive records from FedEx as far as their end is shipping the items that were requested?
Yes, this record would have been received. It would have happened. It would have been contemporaneous with the order. It would have happened right after the order because, of course, it doesn't ship until it's ordered.
Okay. And those records from FedEx, are they received by bulk ammo?
They are.
And those records from FedEx, are they also maintained, relied upon, and kept within bulk ammo's ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And those records in totality, as far as the records from the customer, as well as the records from the shipper, in this case FedEx, are they all kept within the regular course of bulk ammo's business?
They are.
To your knowledge, upon your review of People's Exhibit 710, any aspect of that, those documents been modified or adjusted in any sort of way?
I did not notice anything. There's, no, these appear to be the records.
Judge, at this time I would move for admission of People's 710 pursuant to People versus Marciano, Colorado Appellate Court case from 2014, as well as 803 subsection 6.
Ms. Brady,
No objection.
without objection, P-TR-710 is admitted and may be published.
Your Honor, permission to publish via the Elmo screen?
I just granted it.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
May I approach?
You may.
Sir, you may have this on your screen in front of you. Do you see the People's Exhibit 710?
I do.
What are we looking at here, this first page of People's Exhibit 710?
This first page here is the transaction report that shows that the transaction happened and was paid for and was settled, meaning it was completed.
What was the date of the business transaction?
June 28th, 2012.
If we could scroll down to the payment information, please. Just for the record, what type of payment was in this case?
It was a charge card, a MasterCard.
What were the last four digits?
2217.
What was the total amount of this purchase?
$1,961.86.
We could scroll down to the customer billing information. Just for the record, what's the name associated with that?
James Holmes.
And the address?
1690 Paris Street, number 10, Aurora, Colorado, 80010, United States.
Thank you. If we could have the second page of People's Exhibit 710. Fair to say you see a phone number at the top?
That is correct.
Would that be a customer phone number?
It would be.
What about the email address?
That would also be the customer's email address.
Tell us about the shipping information, please.
Okay, the shipping information shows where the product was actually shipped to. So in this instance, it was shipped to the FedEx office print and ship center at the 13700 East Colfax Avenue, Unit F, Aurora, Colorado, 80011, United States.
We could have the third page, that would be the FedEx ground document, please. We could scroll down just a bit, please. Thank you. Is there a delivery date associated with this?
Yes, July 3rd, 2012.
And that would have been the date that it was delivered to that FedEx address?
Correct.
If we could have the next page, please. What is this document?
This is the shipping info of the actual order itself. It shows here, of course, again, the shipping address, and then it describes where it came from, a warehouse in Atlanta, or where it originated. And then the box ID shows, there were, I think, 6 boxes, if I recall correctly. I'd have to count, I can't see them, but 6 boxes that had the ammunition order itself.
Okay, so there was a total of 6 boxes shipped?
Correct.
To the far right side, does that tell what the weight of each of those boxes would have been?
Yeah, the right-hand total there has the individual box weight, and then, of course, it's summarized in the total weight, which is 170 pounds down at the shaded end box.
We could have the next page of the exhibit, please. In general, what is this document, sir?
This is a packing slip or a purchase order, which is the evidence of the transaction itself, the actual order.
Same information related to who this item was sold to?
Correct. James Holmes, and of course, it's got the 1690 Paris Street address for the sold to, but the shipped to is the FedEx office address we talked about a second ago.
If we could scroll down to the actual items themselves, can you just describe for the jury, just in general, what items were actually ordered and shipped?
Certainly, these were, it was ammunition. There was 40 S&W, which I believe is a pistol round. There were 1,050 rounds of that. Actually, there were more than that. There were 3,050 rounds of that. There were 12-gauge shotgun shells were ordered, and 5.56 by 45 ammunition was ordered.
If we could go to the next page as well, please. We could just scroll down a bit more, please. Is this a continuation of this particular transaction?
Yes, it's just kind of a summary page of the transaction. It shows, again, the roster of the items ordered are listed there. It has the amount and the credit card payment type and the shipping charges on there as well.
And if we could go to the right side there, what was the grand total of this order, including shipping and such?
Including shipping, it was $1,961.86.
To the best of your review of this transaction, was it successful? In other words, was the items shipped to that FedEx address?
Yes, based on the documents that we've gone through today, the transaction was consummated and shipped.
All right. Judge, can I have one moment, please?
Yes?
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Brady?
No, thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from his subpoena, Mr. Edson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, sir, thank you. Call your next witness, please, Ms. Pearson.
Your Honor, the people call Amanda Kelsey.
Good afternoon. Solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Amanda J. Kelsey. Spell my first and last name. First name is Amanda. Last name is Kelsey, Kelsey.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Ms. Kelsey, who do you work for?
I work for the Aurora Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene investigator.
How long have you worked at the Aurora Police Department?
A total of 16 years.
As a crime scene investigator, were you asked to respond to the shooting at the Century 16 Theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked to take photographs and complete a crime scene video?
Yes, I was.
What time of the day did you do that?
The videotape I did about 8 o'clock in the morning.
Was that prior to the time that the scene had been processed, that the bodies had been removed?
Yes.
Did you also take photographs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2101, 2072 through 2075, 2093, 2096, and 1000. Do you recognize the photographs and the DVD that I've given you?
Yes, I do.
Are those photographs that you took in the theater?
Yes, they are.
And how do you recognize the DVD?
I recognize the DVD because I put my initials in the date of when I viewed it.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2101, 2072 through 2075, 2093, 2096, and 1000.
Ms. Spengler, do you have any objection?
I do, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Yes. Can I see those, please?
Yes.
Thank you. right, the objection to P-TR-2093 is sustained. The objections to P-TR-2074 and 2075 are deferred, which means that I will think about those. There is no objection to P-TR-2096, 2101, 2072, or 2073, so those are admitted without objection. The objection to P-TR-1000, the supplemental objection to that one is overruled. All right, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish People's Exhibit 1000, and I would note that it is a graphic image under D98B, the court's order, and pursuant to the order to P118B, which order instructs how it should be displayed.
I think really the only one that's relevant is P118B, so we'll play it pursuant to order P118B. Do you want me to dim the lights, Ms. Pearson?
Certainly. I can retrieve the video.
And for the record, this has no sound, correct?
Correct. It does not have sound, Your Honor, and it's about 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. record should reflect that the prosecution just finished publishing Exhibit P-TR-1000. Members of the jury, it's 3:35. It's time for a break, so let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please make sure you keep all my admonishments in mind during the break. You can't talk about the case to each other. You can't talk to anyone else about the case. You can't obtain any information about the case from outside sources. You can't obtain any information about the case from media reports. All decisions that you make must be made based solely on the evidence presented in the trial and the instructions of law that I give you. You cannot talk to the attorneys, the parties, or the witnesses about anything at all. Neither sympathy nor prejudice can affect any of your decisions in this case. And all of the admonishments that I have been giving you apply. So please make sure you keep those in mind during the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions for Ms. Kelsey.
Oh, okay. Is there any cross-examination?
No.
No? All right, and the jury doesn't have any questions. All right, so may she be released from her subpoena?
She may.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Do we need to talk about anything right now, Mr. Orman? Yes, you may. Thank you. And you showed these to Mr. King, correct?
And I gave him a copy.
All right. Anything else that we need to talk about at this time, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right. I'll see you after the break. Yeah.
Your Honor, I apologize. Earlier today, the defense admitted a photograph of Ms. Data and the defendant, and she is requesting that that photograph not be released to the public and the media for her own privacy and safety. I did speak with Ms. Brady about this. She wanted to think about it, but I told Ms. Data I'd bring it to the court's attention.
I don't think we're releasing any pictures. I think the only things that we're releasing are things that have written material on it that are not visible on the large screen. So.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. The court will be in recess. Thank you. Please be seated. Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. Mr. Orman, do you want to retrieve Exhibit P-TR-2093? This was offered and rejected, so you'll want to mark it as a court trial exhibit. And then in terms of Exhibit P-TR-2074 and 2075, I have deferred ruling on those two. And what I'm going to do is allow the defense an opportunity to show me any pictures that they believe depict what is depicted in those two photographs, okay? Susan. All right, are the parties ready for the jury?
We're ready, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Mr. Orman, you may call your next witness.
Stacy Furman, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Stacy Furman. My first name is spelled S-T-A-C-Y, and my last name is spelled F-U-R-M-A-N.
Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
Who do you work for and what is your job title?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I'm a physical scientist, forensic examiner in the latent print operations unit.
How long have you had that job?
Approximately 6.5 years.
What is a physical scientist forensic examiner?
I receive, inventory, and examine items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. I compare latent prints to the inked prints of known individuals, or I will search them through the FBI's known fingerprint database. I'll prepare reports on my findings and testify when requested to do so.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice with a concentration in Forensic Science from the Richard Stockton College of New Jersey, and I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
Specifically, what is your education, training, and experience in latent fingerprint examination?
I completed an approximate 18-month training program in the Latent Print Operations Unit under qualified examiners, and during that time, I learned how to properly receive, inventory, and examine items of evidence for the presence of latent prints. I learned how to scan, encode, and search latent prints through the FBI's fingerprint database. I also completed casework under qualified examiners, and I completed approximately 70,000 comparisons. I also passed moot courts, oral boards, written examinations, as well as comparison tests. And at the end of my training, I successfully passed the latent print unit's qualification examination.
Do you ever undergo proficiency testing in latent fingerprint examination?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
A proficiency test is an exam that tests the competency of an examiner. So for a latent print examiner, this would consist of having several photographs of latent prints that I would compare to several known fingerprint cards.
Have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
How often do you have to do that?
Once a year.
Is your lab accredited?
Yes, the laboratory is accredited by the American Society of Crime Lab Directors Laboratory Accreditation Board, and they do an audit of forensic laboratories to ensure that laboratories are following standard operating procedures, as well as that they are providing quality work products.
How many times have you testified as an expert witness in court before?
Prior to this trial, I've testified 3 times.
In what courts?
In courts in Maryland, New Jersey, as well as Alabama.
How many times and how many cases have you acted as a forensic fingerprint examiner?
I've worked over 200 cases.
How many fingerprints have you analyzed in your career?
Over 100,000.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court accept Ms. Furman as an expert witness in the field of latent fingerprint comparison.
Is there any objection?
No further objection.
Without further objection and based on my rulings in order D-107, the court accepts, is it Agent Furman?
I'm an examiner, I'm not an agent.
Examiner Furman as an expert witness in the field of latent fingerprints comparison. That's pursuant to Rule 702 of the Colorado Rules of Evidence and People v. Schreck, which is published at 22 Pacific 3rd, 68, Colorado, 2001. What that means, members of the jury, is that Ms. Furman has been accepted by the court as an expert witness in the field of latent fingerprints comparison, and she may now render expert opinions in that field. As I have been mentioning to you throughout the trial, you are not bound by the testimony of a witness who testifies as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The weight that you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. Orman, you may proceed.
What is a latent fingerprint?
On the palmar side of the hands and the soles of the feet is a specialized skin called friction ridge skin. And if you look at your hands, the friction ridges are the raised portions of the skin, and the furrows are the flat portions in between. A latent print is the reproduction of that friction ridge arrangement, which can occur when those friction ridges become coated in a substance such as sweat or oils. And it's possible when those friction ridges come in contact with a surface, a latent print can be left behind.
What do labs do to find those latent prints so you can see them and compare them?
Laboratories use chemicals, forensic light sources, as well as powders in order to develop them. And the types of techniques that I utilize is dependent on the type of item, as well as the size of the item and the condition of the item.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of results you can get when you compare known prints to latent prints that you recover at a crime scene?
There are 3 conclusions that I can come to, which includes an identification, an exclusion, or inconclusive decision. With an identification decision, I'm stating that the latent print and known print originated from the same source. With an exclusion decision, I'm stating that the latent print and known print did not originate from the same source. And with an inconclusive decision, I'm unable to come to an identification or exclusion decision, and this is typically based on the comparable area not being in the known fingerprint card. And this is typical when I develop latent prints from the extreme sides or tips of the fingers, because this isn't an area that's typically recorded on a known fingerprint card.
And do you do this pursuant to FBI lab standards and protocols?
Yes, I do.
And is it the same type of test and methodology that the FBI uses that crime labs across the U.S. and the world use?
Yes.
Is that called the ACE methodology?
It's called the ACE methodology, and it's an acronym that stands for Analysis, Comparison, and Evaluation.
Did you get a set of exemplar prints from Sandra Fisher at the Aurora Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you analyze items of evidence collected from the defendant's apartment and compare them to known prints from the defendant?
To my knowledge, yes, I did.
In other words, you weren't there at the apartment.
No, I was not. I didn't collect any of the evidence.
How many specific, now we've talked about Q numbers with other witnesses and we've seen how that works. How many different Q numbers did you analyze?
Approximately 173 Q items.
And when you break that down into individual little pieces of evidence, how many of those did you analyze?
I processed over 1,500 items of evidence.
Did you develop any usable prints that you could use for comparison?
Yes, I did.
Did you find items with no fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Is that unusual to process an item and not find fingerprints?
No, because there are different factors that can affect whether a latent print will be left behind, which includes the person, the item, as well as where the item was collected from. For example, in order to leave a latent print behind, those friction ridges have to be coated in a substance such as sweat or oils, and it's possible if someone just washed their hands that they could touch an item and not leave a latent print behind. Also, it depends on the type of item. For example, if it's a non-porous item or non-absorbent item, that latent print is on the surface of that item and can easily be wiped away. So those are some factors that can affect whether a latent print will be left behind.
Do you sometimes get a fingerprint that there is a print left, but it's not something you can use for comparison?
Yes, this would be a latent print that's not of value, meaning there isn't a sufficient amount of clarity and quantity of information in the print in order to effect an identification.
And is there a time where you actually get a print that might be approaching being a good print for identification, but you get an inconclusive result?
Yes, and the inconclusive result is based on the known fingerprint card, that comparable area not being in the known print.
Now, is an inconclusive result the same as an exclusion?
No, it's not.
Would it be fair to say that the majority of the items you analyzed, you did not get usable fingerprints?
Yes, because I processed over 1,500 items and I only developed prints on approximately 48 items in the case.
All right, let's talk about all 1,500 items individually. I'm kidding about that. Let's go through some of the items that you found the fingerprints on. And if I showed you some photographs taken at the lab with the Q numbers on that, would that assist you in determining whether or not you analyzed that item and found fingerprints on it?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put up exhibits that have already been admitted into evidence and ask you to take a look at the Q number and tell me whether you analyzed that item and found any fingerprints of value on it. So if we could please put up exhibit 4307, which has been admitted.
Can I also refer to my report?
May she do so, Your Honor, to refresh her memory?
Any objection?
No.
You may do so.
Thank you. So what Q number is this?
This is Q4, which is 1 frying pan.
Did you find any useful prints on this?
I'm on page 10 of my report, and I developed 2 latent fingerprints on Q4 frying pan.
Did they identify to a specific individual?
I identified the 2 latent fingerprints to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Holmes.
We could please put up exhibit 4308, which has been admitted. And what Q number is this?
This is Q5, and this is a blue-colored cooler with fishing line attached on handle.
Did you find any prints of value on this?
Yes, I did. I developed 1 latent fingerprint on this item.
Did it identify to an individual?
Yes, the latent fingerprint was identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Holmes.
We could please put up exhibit 4310, which has been admitted. What Q number is this?
This is Q7, which are black-colored half spheres.
Did you find any fingerprints of value on this item?
I developed one latent fingerprint of value on one of the half spheres.
And did that identify to a specific individual?
Identified that one latent fingerprint to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4348, which has been admitted. What Q number? Well, I think we can all see that's Q24. Did you analyze this for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, there was one fingerprint and one palm print on this item.
Did they identify with any particular individual?
Yes, the fingerprint and palm print were identified to the known fingerprint cards bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4349, which has been admitted. What's the Q number on this?
It is Q25.
And did the lab sort of divide this up into little mini Q numbers?
Yes, the original Q number came with several items, therefore I pointed out or separated some of the items.
Did you find any fingerprints of value on these soda bottles?
Yes, on one of the bottles, I developed one latent fingerprint and one palm print, and then on a second bottle, I developed two palm prints.
Did they identify any particular individual?
Yes, all latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4351, which has been admitted. It looks similar, but you can see one of those is clear. What's the number, Q number on this one?
It's Q27.
Did you analyze these items for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any?
Yes, I developed two latent fingerprints and one latent palm print on one of the bottles.
Did they identify with a particular person?
Yes, all of the latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint cards bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4354, which has been admitted. What Q number is this?
This is Q30.
Did you find any fingerprints on this?
Yes, I developed three latent fingerprints on this item.
Did they identify with any particular individual?
Yes, all latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up a photo 4365. And what Q number is this?
This is Q41.
Now, before I ask you about what you found on this, I want to ask you a couple more questions about fingerprints. How long can fingerprints remain on an object?
It's possible for latent prints to stay on an item for a long period of time, but it all depends on those different factors of whether or not a latent print will stay on an item, such as the type of surface as well as where it was collected from.
Is this a type of surface where things can stay for a long time?
It can be, yes.
And let me ask, since you're an expert witness, I can ask you a hypothetical question. So I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question. If a person worked at, let's say, a company that sold items such as this, and then they were sold at the person who purchased them's residence, could the fingerprint from a person from that company still be on the items?
It's possible, yes.
Now, we've previously heard testimony in this case from a person named Anthony Evans who worked for a company named Cannon Fuse. Did you actually find a fingerprint from an Anthony Evans or Tony Evans on one of these items in Q41?
I'm looking at page 11 of my report, and I identified one latent fingerprint on Q41.12 to the known fingerprint card bearing the name Anthony Russell Evans.
Now let's talk about these items, and I don't need you to necessarily go through them individually. Did you examine these for fingerprints, and did you find any fingerprints that you could identify with the defendant?
Yes, I did, and yes, I developed latent prints on these items.
How many fingerprints in Q41 did you identify as being the defendant's fingerprints?
I would have to actually count all of them because there are several.
Okay, why don't you...
There are approximately 12 items that I developed latent prints on out of that queue.
And why don't you tell us how many fingerprints you got for the defendant or identified with the
item?
Well, if you can just count them up and tell us a total number.
I developed 49 latent fingerprints on 12 of these items, and all of those latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
I'd ask us to put up 4368, which has been admitted, please. Now, these are some bags of spheres. Did you process these for fingerprints?
I can't tell what the
Oh,
Q
I'm sorry.
number
There
is.
should be Q44.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you find any fingerprints that you could identify as the defendant's fingerprints?
Yes, I developed one latent fingerprint on one of the half spears, and it was identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4377. This should be Q53. Does that look right?
Yes.
Did you develop any fingerprints on this that you could identify as the defendant's?
Yes, I developed one latent fingerprint on on one of the items, and it was identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4396, which has been admitted. And this should be Q71. Does that look right?
Yes.
Did you find any fingerprints on this, and could you match them to anybody?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, did they identify as any particular individuals?
Yes, I developed two latent fingerprints and one latent palm print, and all of the latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please put up 4397. It looks similar, but this should be Q72. Does that look right?
Yes.
Did you find any fingerprints on this that you could identify with any particular individual?
I developed one latent fingerprint on this item, and that latent fingerprint was identified to the known fingerprints bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4408. And these are, this is Q, what is the Q number on this?
This is Q83.
Did you find any fingerprints of value on these items?
Yes, I developed two latent fingerprints on one of the bags.
Did they identify as any particular individual's fingerprints?
Yes, the two latent fingerprints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4409, which has been admitted. Some other similar bags. Did you analyze these for fingerprints?
I cannot tell what the Q number is.
I'm sorry, this should be Q84.
Okay. Yes, I processed these items.
And did you find any fingerprints of value?
Yes, I developed one latent fingerprint of value on a bag, and then one latent fingerprint and two palm prints on a metal strip.
Did they identify with any particular individual's fingerprints?
All latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4411, which has been admitted. And this should be, is it Q86?
Yes.
Did you analyze this for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fingerprints of value?
I developed one latent fingerprint on this roll of colored tape.
Did that identify with any particular individual's fingerprints?
Yes, the latent fingerprint was identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4412, which has been admitted. It's a different roll of tape. Did you analyze this for fingerprints? I'm sorry, this should be Q87. Did you analyze this for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fingerprints of value?
I developed one latent fingerprint of value.
Could you identify that with any particular individual's fingerprints?
Yes, the latent fingerprint of value was identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4447, which has been admitted. An apartment rental agreement. Did you analyze this for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Now, unlike the other items, this is a piece of paper. Can you analyze paper for fingerprints?
Yes, I can.
Did you find any fingerprints or palm prints of value on that item?
There was one palm print of value on one of the pages of this document.
Did you
on this document.
Did you identify that with any particular individual?
Yes, I identified the latent print with the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4332, which has been admitted. Did you analyze, we can all see this is Q131. Did you analyze Q131 for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fingerprints of value?
Yes, I did.
Did that identify with any particular individual's fingerprints?
Yes, all latent fingerprints developed on this item were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
If we could please pull up 4333, which has been admitted. and I think we can all see that that's Q132. Did you analyze any of these paper targets for fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
And how many paper targets did you analyze? Do you remember?
There were approximately 143 targets.
Did you find any fingerprints of value on these targets?
Yes, I did.
How many?
There was one palm print on one of the paper targets and one fingerprint and one palm print on a second target.
Did any of those fingerprints, could you identify them with any particular person's fingerprints?
Yes, all the latent prints were identified to the known fingerprint card bearing the name James Egan Holmes.
Your Honor, that concludes my direct examination.
All right, is there cross-examination, Ms. Spengler?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions for Ms. Furman. May Ms. Furman be released from her subpoena?
Please, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, Ms. Furman, thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, please.
Kirsten Hahn.
Good afternoon. Could I have you raise your right hand so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Can you please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names?
My name is Kirsten Chantal Hahn. My first name is spelled Kirstin. Chantal is spelled Chantelle. And my last name is spelled Hahn, Han.
Ms. Stitch McGuire, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and July 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
Yes, I was.
Specifically, were you in Theater 9?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury who you went to the movies with that night?
My husband, Eugene Hahn, my friends, Luke, Jennifer, and Adon. I'm sorry. Adon.
That was Luke, Jennifer, and Adon. Is that Jennifer and Adon Avila?
Yes, it is.
Is that Luke Priest?
Yes, it is.
All right. What'd you do when you got to the movie theater that night?
We looked around for seats. We couldn't find 5 seats together. So then once we finally found 5 seats together, we went and sat down and we just chatted until the movie started.
And if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1132.
Yes.
Do you recognize this diagram?
I do.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you recall happening in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, it does.
At this time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1132.
Is there any objection?
No.
Without objection, P-TR-1132 is admitted and may be published.
If I could please have 1132. All right, Ms. Davison, there's a little mouse in front of you. If you could try to, it's a little hard to use, see if you can get it to work and show the jury where exactly you were seated.
I was sitting right here.
Right, and where was Eugene sitting?
Right here.
Mr. Priest?
Right here.
Jennifer Avila Arredondo?
Right there.
And Adon Avila Arredondo.
Right there.
All right. Was there a shooting in your theater that night?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury what happened when you got to that exit door that you left from? Did you see the shooter when you got to the exit door?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I saw a human figure covered in, or all in black.
Right? If you could move the cursor to where you were when you were exiting, that you saw that where you were on that diagram by the exit door, where you were when you saw the shooter.
Right about here.
Right? And where was the shooter located? Did you physically see that person in armor?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What did you notice about that person?
All black, gas mask, and like you can't see hair color or anything.
Did you notice anything come towards you as you were trying to exit the theater?
Like a person walking to me, or?
Sorry, did you notice any flashes in the theater?
Yes.
All right, could you describe for the jury where those flashes were as you were exiting?
Sorry, it's not working.
Okay, sorry.
Arrows that are pointing towards the front of the theater. That is where we saw flashes
As you were trying to exit.
as we were trying to exit. Yes.
Did you have to seek any medical attention as a result of the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. And what injuries did you sustain?
I had shrapnel in my lower back and my buttocks.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 4547, 4549, 4548.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries that you sustained on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 4547, 4549, 4548.
Is there any objection, Mr. King?
No, sir.
Without objection, P-TR-4547 through 4549 inclusive are admitted and may be published.
If I could have 4547. All right. And please tell the jury where this photograph was taken.
At a hospital.
The morning of July 20th, 2012?
Yes.
And can I have 4549? Can you tell the jury what you see here?
That's a picture of my buttocks.
And is there are there shrapnel injuries in this picture?
Yes.
If I could have also what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 2190. Do you recognize the flip-flops in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
Whose flip-flops are they?
They are mine.
What happened that your flip-flops got left there?
As we were coming out of the theater, I had my flip-flops in my hand, and we were trying to get out as quick as possible, and I dropped them and kept going.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
Thank you.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May Ms. Han be released from her subpoena?
Please, thank you, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, without objection.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
Eugene Hahn?
Could I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Please be seated. Please tell us your name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My name is Eugene Hahn, spelled E-U-G-E-N-E, S-U-N-G-H-O, last name Hahn, H-A-N.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Middle name S-U-N-G-H-O.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. McGuire.
Good afternoon. Were you at the Century 16 movie theater in Aurora, Colorado on July 19th and 20th of 2012?
I was.
Okay. Who were you there with?
My friends, Adon Avila, Jennifer Avila, Luke Priest, and my wife, Kristen Hahn.
Was there a shooting in your theater that night?
Yes, there was.
Could you please describe for the jury what you remember happening as you tried to flee the theater that night?
I was injured at the moment and could not stand up on my own, so my friend Luke Priest had to lift me off the floor. After that, we went down the stairs to the nearest exit to us, which is the exit that the shooter entered through. And as we were going down, I did see a figure down the hallway where we entered from, and I was the last one to get into the cubby and fell on top of my friends in there.
Your Honor, if I may approach Mr. Hahn with what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1130.
Yes.
I have no objection to 1130.
All right, are you moving its admission?
Please, Your Honor.
Without objection, it is admitted and it may be published.
If I could have 1130, please. And Mr. Hahn, there's a mouse up there that sometimes works. If you could use that and show the jury where it was that you were seated.
I was sitting right here.
And your exit path that you left to try to leave the theater.
We exited in this direction.
All right. And where were you when you saw that figure down the hall?
Right around here.
And then where was it that you fell on top of your friends?
As I was exiting, I fell right here, this direction.
Could you also please describe for the jury where it was that the figure was that you saw?
Right around this area.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you need to seek medical attention as a result of the shooting?
I did.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury about your injuries?
I sustained an injury while laying on the floor to my hip, and as a result, I lifted my leg and also got shot in the knee.
And what other injuries did you sustain, internal injuries did you sustain as a result of the shooting?
The injury on my hip cut my urethra, and I also sustained nerve damage.
Right, Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with what's been marked as People's Exhibits 2014, 2015, 4879.
Yes.
Mr. Hahn, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately represent your injuries from July 20th of 2012?
The knee injury, yes.
Okay. Is the other just a photograph of you in the hospital?
Yes.
Right. Your Honor, at this time I move for the admission of People's Exhibits 2014, 2015, and 4879.
Any objection, Mr. King?
Judge, I object to 2015 and 4879 as cumulative.
Can I see those pictures, please?
Yes.
Your position, Mr. King, is that only one of these two pictures should be admitted. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and I have no position as to which one.
All right, Ms. Tish McGuire, do you have a preference between the two?
Sure, 2015.
All right, so the objection is sustained. I will admit P-TR-2015, but not P-TR-4879. And then P-TR-2014 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. If I could please have 2014. That's just a picture of you in the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, and if I could please have 2015. Please tell the jury what we see in this photograph.
This is my knee injury sustained after the first one.
And can you please tell the jury about your hip injury that we cannot see in these photographs?
My hip injury was technically in my buttocks, entering through the right side.
And did your hip actually shatter?
It did not shatter, but I did have a chip bone as a result.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No cross-examination, thank you.
There is a question from the jury, so give us a moment, please, sir. Susan, can you give those to Susan? Would counsel please approach? May this witness be released from his subpoena? Ms. Teach McGuire? Any objection, Mr. King?
None.
Ms. Teach McGuire, I forgot to give you this, sorry. You can mark it later. Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, call your next witness, please.
Julia Wojcik.
Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
My full name is Julia Lauren Wojcik. Julia, Julia, Lauren, Lauren, Wojcik, Vojtsek.
Ms. Teach McGuire, you may proceed.
Were you at the Century 16 movie theater on July 19th and 20th of 2012 in Aurora, Colorado?
I was.
Who did you go to the movies with that night?
My boyfriend, John Larimer, and 3 of our friends.
Who are your friends that you went with?
Bear Omudsum, Greg McDonald, and Lauren Ellis.
What happened when you got to the movie theater that night?
We got there early, so we got our seats, and me and John went to Walmart to get some Batman attire, and then we returned about 20 minutes before the movie.
What attire did you get?
A cape and a Batman t-shirt for John.
How did you know John Larimer?
Objection, 401, 402, 403.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I met John when I was 18. We worked together.
And where was that?
That was in Chicago, Illinois.
How was it that you came to know John in Colorado?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow one more question. Overruled.
He's stationed at Buckley. He was in the Navy, and I came to visit him, my dad.
What happened in the movie theater that night?
All right, hold on. Counsel, please approach. Okay, you may proceed.
Was there a shooting in your movie theater that night?
There was.
What do you recall happening in the theater?
A man wearing all black came in through an exit door and threw canisters, which poisonous gas is what I thought it was, and started shooting.
What did you do specifically when the shooting started?
John was sitting next to me, and he grabbed my head, and he pushed me to the floor, and so he was laying on top of me, protecting me from that.
Were you able to get up the first time you tried to get up when you went to leave the theater?
No, I was not.
Why not?
John had been shot.
And explain why it was that you were not able to get up?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I tried to get up, but his dead body weight was heavy, and so I attempted to get up the first time and couldn't because it was too heavy.
How were you able to eventually exit the theater?
several tries of kind of wiggling out from underneath him, and I eventually was able to run out after getting back from underneath him.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to show the jury what's previously been marked as People's Exhibit 2652.
Any objection?
No.
All right, without objection, you may do so.
If I could please have 2652. Is this John Larimer?
It is.
Did you ever see John Larimer alive again after July 20th of 2012?
I did not.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions for this witness.
Is there any cross-examination?
No.
And the jury does not appear to have any questions. May this witness be released from her subpoena?
Please.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Bear Amundsen, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Could I have you raise your right hand for me so that I can administer an oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name and spell your first, middle, and last names.
My full name is Bear Rivers Amundsen. Bear, B-E-A-R, Rivers, R-I-V-E-R-S, Amundsen, O-M-U-N-D-S-O-N.
Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you. And first, I'm sorry for butchering your last name like that. I have a question for you. What do you do for a living?
I am a student.
Back on July the 19th and 20th of 2012, were you a student?
I was not.
What were you doing?
I was active duty Navy.
Where did you work?
Buckley.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I could, it lays the foundation for how he knows the people he's in the theater with.
He already answered the previous question, I think, gives it, so the objection is sustained.
Did you go to the movies on July 19th, 2012?
Yes.
Who did you go with?
John Larimer, Greg McDonald, Lauren Ellis, and Julia Voigtstedt.
How do you know John Larimer and Greg McDonald?
I was in the Navy with them.
At Buckley?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Sir, when you got to the theater that night, was it crowded?
Not at first, no.
What time did you get there?
I'd say about an hour before the theater opened.
Did you guys all arrive together?
We did not.
Who got there first?
Myself, John, and Julia.
And we just heard testimony that Julia and John had left at some point to go get a Batman shirt and a cape. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Had you already picked out your seats by then?
We had.
And are those seats that you ended up staying in through the portion of the movie that you were able to see?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1245. It doesn't really have any other markings on it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
A diagram of the theater.
Do you have a pen up there?
Yes.
Could you do us a favor and mark on there with initials where you recall everybody sitting? And then in the bottom portion where it's clear, could you write their names about with the initials?
Yes, 1 second. It's at the bottom right.
Wherever, sure. Bottom right's fine. Thank you. That place where you were sitting, now, we've already heard a lot of people talk about something unusual happening in that theater that night. What was the first thing you remember happening that was unusual?
hearing someone open the exit door towards the front of the theater.
And then what?
Something being thrown into the audience and gas leaking from it.
Now, I'm going to ask you about some observations you had about that gas, about body armor, about small arms fire. Are you familiar with all of those things?
Yes.
Tell us how you're familiar with those things.
Those are all things I've been exposed to while I was in the Navy.
Okay. So the gas that you were about to describe, did you notice that it had an impact on you?
Yes.
What kind of impact?
Couldn't breathe, coughing whenever I tried to breathe, runny nose, runny eyes.
Is that consistent with what you'd received as training in the Navy?
Yes.
What was the next thing that happened after this canister of gas was thrown?
I started hearing gunshots.
What were the people around you doing?
No one reacted at first, and then eventually people started diving beneath the seats.
Did that include you?
I was pulled by John.
By John Larimer?
Yes.
Now, do you remember the sound of the first gunshots that you heard?
Yes.
What did it sound like to you?
A shotgun.
Had you heard that in the Navy as well?
Yes.
How many times do you think you heard that shotgun?
I don't know for sure.
Was it loud?
Yes.
When you were pulled down by John behind those seats, were you able to see anything at that point?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw.
I saw a man in body armor and a gas mask at the front of the theater, firing into the crowd.
Could you tell if that person was also wearing a helmet?
I could not tell that there was a helmet.
And you'd seen body armor and a gas mask before in the Navy?
Objection. Asked and answered.
I'm not sure that this particular question was asked before, overruled.
Yes.
Did you see that person start moving?
Yes.
Where did they start moving, sir?
The person walked in the front for a little while, and then he started making his way towards the back of the theater.
Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. With that diagram up there, would you do me a favor? Would you print your name on it and put today's date?
Yes.
Can you please tell me what the number is at the bottom of that on that little sticker?
It is number 1245.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1245 into evidence.
Why don't you show it to Mr. King and see if he has any objection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have no objection.
All right, without objection, it is admitted.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to come down and talk us through what took place that he observed.
Yes.
Sir, can you grab, there's a microphone up there. Is it on? You got it. You see?
Yes, sir.
Would you do us a favor first and point out where you and the other three people that you saw the movie with were seated? Sorry.
Yes, it was, I don't know if it's for sure if it was the 4th or the 5th row, but I was in the seat 11th from the right. So, I was here.
Okay. And where you're pointing there, and you've said 11th from the right, tell us who was to your left and who was to your right.
To my right was Greg McDonald, and next to him was Lauren Ellis, and to my left was John Larimer, and on his left was Julia.
Okay. Now, you've described for us someone coming in from that exit and throwing that gas can and starting to fire with a shotgun. Can you at least just point to where that exit was that person came in from?
Yes, it was, as you're looking at the screen, the bottom right.
Do me a favor, and you were about to describe how this person was moving. And I should have asked you this first. Was this movement that took place before, during, or after the shotgun blasts you heard?
After.
All right, well, talk to us about where this person was when they were shooting the shotgun.
Walked in the front a little bit, and then I don't know if he had transitioned to his assault rifle, but then he moved this way.
Tell us about that. What made you think he'd transition to an assault rifle?
The bangs from the gun were a lot quieter, and coming at a lot faster pace.
Was it consistent with what you knew to be an assault rifle from your Navy training?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to us about how he was moving when he was firing that assault rifle.
He had it up against his shoulder. He was holding the grip on the front of the rifle and looking through the scope on the top of the rifle.
Can you tell us how he was moving around in this area?
No, I cannot.
Okay, and why is that?
I didn't see him after that point.
Were you ducked down?
Yes.
All right, tell us, do you have any idea how many shots?
No.
What's the next thing you remember happening that's different from hearing that assault rifle gunfire?
It got a lot quieter, and that's when we decided to move.
When you say quieter, had the shooting stopped?
No.
What do you mean by quieter?
Farther away.
Okay. Could you tell where it went?
I thought that it had gone up this hallway.
So what'd you do?
Excuse me. We decided to get up at that point. McDonald or Greg was saying, "Let's go," and John's leg was on top of my arm, so I started moving, trying to nudge him, saying, "All right, come on." And he wouldn't answer. I said, "Come on." He's gone. Let's go. Let's get out of here. But he still wouldn't get up. So I said, "Greg, get his legs. We're not leaving him here." So we picked John up, and we started moving him out of the aisle and into the staircase.
All right. Based on where he was sitting, did you have to step over him to start to move him?
Yes.
And which part of his body did you grab?
His arms.
Okay. And you said Greg McDonald was the other one?
Yes.
And what did he grab?
His legs.
And were you able to move him down the aisle?
Yes, we got him into the staircase.
Was he heavy?
Yes.
What did you do when you got to the staircase?
We started taking him down, and we had to take him over somebody's body. And right when we got to the bottom, someone said he's coming back. So we dove into the front couple rows.
Couple things. Point to where you laid down John's body.
Right here.
Okay. And point to where you and Greg took cover when you thought he was coming back.
Right here.
Okay. What happened?
The gunman was on the other side of the front, or on the side from us, and firing more shots. People were coughing from the gas, thinking that they were going to suffocate. And once the shooting just died down, we decided to move again.
How much of the shooter could you see hunkered down there by those chairs?
The top of his head.
Okay. And could you tell if he had a helmet on or not?
No, I couldn't.
What'd you do?
We got up and tried to move John again, but the police had entered and were telling us to leave.
Where did you leave from?
This aisle, or this entrance.
Did you ever go back in?
No.
Yeah, I don't have anything further. Thank you, sir.
Do you have any cross-examination, Mr. King?
No cross-examination, thank you.
And there do not appear to be any questions from the jury. May this witness be released from a subpoena?
Without
Yes, sir.
objection.
Okay. Sir, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's a few minutes after 5, so we're going to go ahead and adjourn for the day. and for the week. As you know, tomorrow is an off day. I'm gonna go through the advisements because this is a long weekend, it's a 3-day weekend. I wanna remind you that for those of you who might go back to work tomorrow, just be very careful. To the extent that people already know that you're on a jury, it may be helpful to ask your other people at work, whether it's your supervisors or people who you supervise or just co-workers, to not discuss the case in your presence and to not ask you any questions or say anything to you about the case. So just be extra careful with that. The advisements, again, are as follows. Number one, please do not discuss any aspect of the case with each other through any means. You're free to talk with each other, but not about the case. I've been encouraging you to be friendly with one another, but you cannot talk about the case. Number two, you cannot discuss the case with anyone else. You cannot communicate with anyone else about the case through any means. That includes your spouse or significant other. It includes family members. It includes friends, co-workers, employers, friends, acquaintances. It includes everybody. All you can tell people is that you're on a jury in Arapahoe County, in the Arapahoe County District Court, and that we anticipate that we will need you until sometime in September. Do not talk to any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. To make sure that witnesses, parties, and attorneys and others do not talk to you about the case or do not talk to you at all, it is imperative that you wear your juror badge whenever you're on the courthouse grounds or on the courthouse premises so that everyone can see that you're a juror. Your juror badge will also reduce the risk that people may talk about the case in your presence. If, despite your best efforts, say you hear someone talking about the case and you remove yourself from that location, but you happen to overhear some things about the case, then let my staff know that you need to talk to me. You should not tell my staff what it's about. Just tell my staff that you need to talk to me about something. And that applies whether you hear something about the case from an attorney, a witness, a party, a member of the public or the media, or another juror. And that applies at any point in the past since the trial started. So if at any point you've heard a statement or statements about the case, anything about the case or anything that someone may have said was reported in the case, regardless of who it was, whether it was an attorney, member of the public, a member of the media, another juror, including the jurors who have been released, let my staff know that you received that information and you need to talk to me. Actually, all you should tell my staff is that you need to talk to me, and then we can chat about it. Next, please do not talk to any members of the media about anything until the case is completed. You must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to this case. Because there is media coverage of the trial, you should be particularly vigilant about listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, and using the internet. This includes social media. This includes everything. The best thing to do is to just avoid news reports, whether it's on the TV, on the radio, on the internet, or social media. Just avoid news reports. That's the safest way to go. I know what I'm asking of you. I know that's a hard thing, but that's the best thing to do, because otherwise you could be watching the news and then all of a sudden a story comes on and you're going to have to be quick to turn the channel on TV or turn the station on TV or turn the channel on the radio, flip the page if it's the newspaper, exit the screen immediately or avoid the screen immediately if it's on the internet. You're going to have to be quick, and so you need to be thinking ahead so you avoid reading any information about the case. You cannot visit any locations mentioned in the case or conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. That includes any locations. When I say any locations, it means any locations that may have been mentioned in the case or may be mentioned in the case at some point. And when I talk about conducting your own investigation, that includes looking things up, whether it's the definition of a term or looking anything up related to the case in a dictionary, on a treatise, on a medical book, a legal book, a religious book. We need to be sure that all your decisions in this case will be based only on the evidence and information presented in the courtroom and the instructions of law that I provide to you. Next is you cannot start forming any opinions about the case until I tell you that you can start deliberating. So not only is it inappropriate for you to discuss the case with one another, but it's inappropriate for you to internally in your own minds, privately start deliberating or thinking about the case or forming opinions about the case. You have to keep an open mind throughout the trial until I tell you that you can start deliberating. And you have to remember what I've mentioned throughout the trial. The defendant is presumed innocent, and that presumption of innocence stays with him and must be given effect by the jury throughout the trial. Next, neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. Remember that the attorneys have a job to do, and sometimes they're required to make objections or ask for bench conferences. Please don't hold it against either side when they do that. They have a job to do. They're doing their job. They're doing what they're required to do. Do not read anything into my rulings, and do not infer from my rulings that I'm for one side or the other. You should not keep track of how many objections I sustain for one side versus the other. All that would be improper. I'm doing my best to apply the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. That's all. I'm neutral in these proceedings, so it would be improper for you to infer that I'm for one side or for the other side. And then let me again tell you that if any of the three jurors who are no longer on this case contacts you, you have to avoid any communication with them. You have to tell them that you're not allowed to have any contact, whether it's in person, by phone, email, text, or through any other means. So if one of those jurors contacts you, you have to simply respond, "Sorry, I can't talk to you," and delete the message without reading it. And you got to make sure you communicate to that person that you cannot speak to them until the trial is over. I've been talking to you throughout the trial about how important these advisements are. You remember that when you first got here, I said they are extremely important, and I said it 3 times. It was for a reason. They are extremely important. There are 21 of you, and we need each and every one of you to follow each and every advisement. If even one of you violates a single advisement, it can create problems. And if you inadvertently happen to hear information about the case, the worst thing you can do is then share it with other jurors. If that happens, what you have to do is tell my staff that you need to talk to me, and then you can come in here and we can have a conversation, a one-on-one conversation. So if that happens, that's how you do it. You don't tell everybody else about it. Don't tell the other jurors about it. Does that make sense to everyone? And everyone's saying yes and nodding their head yes. I realize how hard this is. I know this is not easy, but as I've mentioned before, we took our time in selecting you as our jurors because we're confident that you're the type of folks who can handle this and who can do this and who will do this. Please don't take an attitude of, it's just one violation, it's no big deal, just a single violation here or a single violation there, what's the big deal? And don't take the attitude of, well, who's going to know? Because I'm telling you, things always come to the surface. And besides, you should not follow the advisements because you're scared that I'm going to find out or someone's going to find out. You should follow the advisements because you took an oath that you would do that. And you promised me, you swore when you took that oath that you would do that. And I've relied on that, on you taking that oath. And so I'm going to continue to rely on you taking that oath and making sure that you are following that oath, that you are acting consistent with that oath, okay? It's a 3-day weekend. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you have some fun this weekend. And then we'll see you on Monday morning at the usual time, okay? Thank you, folks. Thanks, everyone. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. I have a couple of notes here to chat with you about. First of all, I want to make another record with respect to juror number 378. I have continued to watch her closely, and she's been attentive throughout since the last time I made a record about her. She continues to be alert, to stay awake. I have not noticed her falling asleep. And so I've been keeping a close eye on her. So I want to make a record that ever since we had that one-on-one discussion, I've been watching her, and I have not noticed her falling asleep once. And her conduct is consistent with what she told me when we had the one-on-one conversation, and that is that sometimes she'll look down, but she's looking, she's reading or writing things. So that's one thing on my list. The next thing on my list is Exhibit P-TR-800. That was one exhibit that had been initially given to the jury as admitted, and then we discovered that it was attached to another exhibit, and then I think the people said they were going to follow up and provide additional foundation and seek to admit it again. So I still have the note.
I thought I was going to do that through the last witness I had called, Your Honor, and meeting with her last night, I discovered I couldn't do that. It was someone else at the FBI.
Okay, so you're still planning on doing that?
I don't know that I will be able to at this point, Your Honor.
Well, it's an item that we showed the jury. I don't know whether the jury paid any attention to it or not, but we showed it to the jury because it was attached to another item, so.
I may be able to bring someone here to do that, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's a piece of tape is what it is.
Okay. I'll keep it down as a note on my desk. All right, in terms of schedule, are the people still on track, they think, to finish when we talked about?
I think we are, Your Honor.
Okay, and so either the 19th or the 23rd, one of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, on behalf of the defense, is there on behalf of the people, was there anything that you wanted to talk about? Sorry. Mr. Edson?
Thank you, Judge. On Monday, we anticipate calling a witness from Microsoft related to Hotmail emails. And with candor to the court, the defense has been asking us for copies of the Hotmail emails that we're going to seek to introduce, and it is a very difficult process. It has been a very difficult process based upon the format of the emails that was provided to us by Microsoft. We've been working with Microsoft. Long and short of it is that we now have what we believe will be what we're requesting for the Hotmail emails. I'm going to turn those over to the defense now, and I apologize for the late hour of this, but we've just got them done.
Okay.
I recognize the court probably would like a copy as well at some point. What I need to do is I want to go through them and confirm that those are the finalized emails that we want to do, but I wanted to give it to the defense before the long weekend, even if it's over-inclusive of what we're seeking to introduce, and confirm with the defense at that point. At that juncture, Judge, then we will provide it to the court, and we can go do the same thing that we did with the previous Gmails. I'll also tell the court that there were numerous emails, and we did our best to comply with the court's previous orders as keeping them to a relevant and individualized time period that the court has previously mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on behalf of the people?
I think we have several things that we've marked as court exhibits. I have People's Exhibit 2093 that has been marked as C-TR.
Sorry, can you tell me that exhibit?
Exhibit 2093 has been marked as C-TR-58. Ms. Teach McGuire has several too.
All right, Mr. Edson, before Ms. Stitch McGuire tells me about court trial exhibits, the Hotmail emails, when are you intending to introduce those? Did you say Monday?
Judge, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Judge, the foundation will be Monday. I don't think the actual emails themselves, they may not be on Monday. That'll be a different day, but the foundational witness will be Monday.
Okay. Ms. Stitch McGuire?
Your Honor, if I could mark what was People's Exhibit 4879 as CTR 59. And then I had done as what Ms. Nelson requested and redacted Alex Sullivan from the diagram that was introduced through Yusuf Garbi earlier, which was People's Exhibit 1127 and still is, but I'll mark the original that was originally admitted as CTR 57.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else on behalf of the people? All right, on behalf of the defense, Ms. Spengler, you can review those over the weekend, and then once you and Mr. Edson confer, and Mr. Edson can tell you which are the specific ones that he's intending to introduce, then you can tell me what objections you have, and we can go from there, okay?
It's fine.
All right. Anything else on behalf of the defense?
Thank you.
I took the defense's request to excuse juror number 901 under advisement, and I haven't made a decision with respect to her yet, so I'm going to continue to think about it. Any other record or request you want to make, Mr. King or Ms. Nelson, with respect to the bench conference that we had right after lunch?
This wasn't with respect to the bench conference. I'll defer to Mr. King on that, but I had just neglected to state our legal basis for excusing juror 901, and I wanted to do that quickly. It's
Please.
obviously based on Mr. Holmes's right to due process and a fair trial by an impartial jury, as well as to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding under the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments and their Colorado counterparts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. King?
Judge, with regard to the issue that came up during the bench conference, we haven't had a chance to really look into any law with regard to that, and we don't want to just make a frivolous request. So we'd respectfully ask to be given until Monday to make a decision about that.
Absolutely. Is there anything else we need to talk about on behalf of the defense?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, in that case, I'll see you on Monday. The court will be in recess. Thank you.